Aloha, everybody. Woo! Welcome to the interview room on this New Year's Eve. So great to have you all here. As you can tell, I've invited a couple of friends. Batting in the home plate position tonight. Our friend, our buddy, we love this guy like our brother. Number 5 from the Giants, and we don't hold that against him.
Yes, you do.
Mr. Josh Diaz from the lab.
Hey, what's happening? Thanks for inviting me, Chris. Happy
Welcome, Josh. What a wonderful surprise to have you here even after the slaughter of the Giants throughout the baseball season.
It was bad. It was bad.
It has been brutal.
Yes.
And we are so sorry.
But I could be a Padres fan, so.
If you're up for some comedy tonight, that's why Josh is in the room. But more importantly, 2 shows, 3 and 11, 24 hours a day. He does not sleep. The author of the most amazing book out there, The New Evil.
Well, to be fair,
you'll notice he's hammering his coffee as we speak because he has to.
Because it isn't available in an IV drip. Otherwise, I'd be going around with that, wheeling it, attached directly to the arm.
And he has a direct sight, at least he's nearby, to Times Square. And hopefully we can keep him here till the ball drops. But more importantly, Dr. Gary Brucato is in the house. Say hi, everybody.
Hi.
As the chat goes crazy.
They always do.
The chat goes crazy. And I want to thank our mods at the last moment. I promised folks that I would do this tonight, and you know what? Here we are. And we're just going to go to the ball drops, maybe a little bit past that. So happy New Year's, everybody. I know sometimes, as Dr. Brucato talked about on our last show, it's difficult for some folks, to have a celebration like this, and we completely understand that. So if at any time you feel that you have to jump out, we completely understand over here. 100% completely understand. So the first question is, how is everybody doing in our mods? Maui Girl, Miss Sophia, Mimi J2, Laura, and of course, Teresa M. We are so grateful to each and every one of you. But more importantly, on top of that, are our subscribers and our members. Not only on YouTube, but in Patreon. Without you, we cannot and could not have done this for 2024. So for that, I wanted to always thank you. I want to thank our first responders, our nurses, our doctors, all the folks that are out working tonight. If we notice in this crowd right here, NYPD's got the crew out. They're all over the place. And Gary, you just said you just got off the train a little bit ago, and you think there's a lot of cops out there right now?
There are a lot of cops and also people in military fatigues, that kind of thing. And I think they're taking very seriously the idea that, we're in a very heated time where the types of people who act out, can be politically motivated, culturally motivated. They're very angry, they're very narcissistic and looking to get on the front page. And you've got this kind of mixture. There's certain foreign potentates that are not fans of the United States right now. I think, it may turn out that the horrendous weather spared us something, if somebody was planning some terrible thing, because a lot of people are staying away. I think because of it, because the weather is horrendous here in New York. But I can't, it's hard not to think of it as risky, getting together in a crowd like that. I'm sure, Chris, as a cop, you've had the thought.
We would at New Year's, right at midnight, we would go park underneath a parking structure because people would come out with guns and just start celebrating by shooting up in the air. And, what goes up must come down. So, okay, so I'm going to start tonight off by asking, I'm just going to throw a couple of curveballs at both of you because you did not expect what I'm going to ask here. But I'm going to... I have been getting a lot of comments from a lot of viewers about what's on your wall, Gary, behind you.
Which thing? I have all kinds of things behind me.
Okay, so let's start with Dr. Gary. And you guys think in the chat, you guys tell us where you want to go tonight, because we're going to, we can recap some trial stuff. We can talk personal stuff. We can talk, no politics. We don't do politics. Both Gary, myself, and Josh, we don't do politics. I mean, every once in a while we'll sprinkle something in there, but not in any, political way. We can talk about religious stuff. We can talk about anything that comes to your mind as the audience. And a lot of the things you have been asking when Dr. Brucato is here is what the heck is on his walls.
I collect. I'm an antique collector, and I have all kinds of. I'm a big movie fan. I have a lot of things that reference my interests.
So the first half of this is going to be, let's get to know.
Oh boy,
Dr. Gary.
Mm-hmm. Well, I won't get into all of it, but I'll give you the gist.
Okay. All right. And by the way, the other night I had made a comment that Dr. Gary was eating Chinese food. I was misplaced in my verbiage. It was actually, what kind?
It was actually chicken. But then my telling people that it was chicken led to my being lambasted for talking about my love of animals, but eating chicken.
Okay.
So now there were a lot of like, how could you love animals so much?
You're a new age Michael Vick.
Now I'm in a dilemma, the hypocritical kind of position. I have to be careful.
Well, I like fish.
It's an interesting point, isn't it?
I I don't like fish. I don't like to eat fish, but I like watching them swim, and I don't care that other people eat them. Jesus ate fish.
Well,
and didn't they sacrifice lambs all the time too?
They still do.
Well, there you go.
Yes. In fact, one of the commandments of Christ is that you have to eat his flesh.
You see?
Yes. So
right here. Let's get to know Dr. G. See?
Well, I tend to be pretty immune to the pick locks that people try to use to get to know me. But I will answer generally that I happen to be a big movie lover, and I happen to be a person who has always been interested in antique objects, things that are a little interesting, different. And most of the things that are behind me are things that were given to me as gifts. My cabinet over there that's in the back is filled with all kinds of random things that people have given me over the years. And there are many true crime related things in there because they're artifacts and mementos that were given to me. I have a lot of books, as you see. I have Behind me is a small statue of the Virgin Mary with Christ. And then there's a big picture of Alfred E. Newman behind me because I'm a huge fan of Mad.
Where's the Mad picture?
Behind me, on the wall behind me. It's a huge picture of Alfred E. Newman. Yes. I'm a very big fan of Alfred E. Newman. I love Mad magazine. I've always
loved a squirrel hanging on the wall behind you?
No, that's the Virgin Mary. You're a little off.
Real big
a little bit off. There's something about asking about a little statue of the Virgin Mary. That's it, right. But I always loved Mad because it subverts the whole order, And other people are asking me if I play an instrument. Yes, in fact, it's interesting. Ann Burgess and I both have in common that we thought we were going to be pianists. We were both played pianos from the time we were children.
I have a question.
So
Josh?
Yeah.
Is it true that you in middle school played the Virgin Mary in the Christmas special?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, it is not.
That was a rumor.
Yeah, well, that's why I asked.
I know.
I didn't want to go spreading it around.
No, I didn't. But I usually played the music for the pageants and things because I became a pianist. But I played piano since I started when I was about 4.5.
Wow.
So I've always had a very strong interest in people that have strange abilities from the time they're young. I've had that was the first group of unusual people I got interested in, and then I got interested in, people who are criminals, people that are severely mentally ill, and people that are, physically deformed or prodigies or whatever. In other words, religious people, saints. In other words, the common denominator in my interest is that I've always interested in people that are different because they're intellectually stimulating, but there's something special about them, right? And as a consequence, I'm also very interested in objects that are very different. I collect antiques and things. And I often say to patients of mine that, I like to gather around myself people that are like antiques in the sense that to one set of eyes, they're garbage, they're junk.
Are you saying
he's talking about you, Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking, are we like collector's items, Josh and I? Is that where we fall into the category?
You both fall into the category of being people that I don't think like the average person about things.
Well, they slapped my mother when I was born. You're very aware of that.
I don't mean that you're an antique. No,
that's okay.
I mean, you don't think like other people, and I appreciate that. I really do.
Well, that's because they rolled me over and told her she had twins.
Well, I don't know anybody that ever mistake the Virgin Mary statue for a squirrel.
That was up there, yes. And above that, if you really want to know, since you're asking me, above the Virgin Mary is a very strange object that was given to me as a present. I talked about it once on your show, Josh. Do you remember?
Yeah, it's a buffalo femur, right?
No. I don't have a buffalo femur. That'll send the people that think it's wrong that I eat chicken into frenzies. No, what it is I'm going to give you the quick version of this. In the late 19th century, I believe it was, there was a young woman, a prostitute, who threw herself into the river in France, in Paris, the Seine River. And in those days, when they didn't know who a person was that had committed suicide, they would put them in the glass window of the mortuary for identification by the public. That was a common thing. And this particular woman, who was never identified, who was only 15, had such a look of beauty and peace on her face that artists became interested in having the death mask of the unknown woman of the Seine to incorporate into paintings. There are many, many paintings that have her face in them as angels, saints, the Virgin Mary, beautiful women, whatever. And what's fascinating is that woman, her face, became the basis of the CPR doll. That's why she's called the most kissed woman in the world. And her name, Annie, the name of the CPR doll, Annie, is a play on the French word, which means unknown.
I had no idea.
Yeah, that's where she comes from. So that's the face of a dead prostitute that they're all kissing when they do the CPR. So what happened is, because of my interest, I was interested in CPR, And I went for the, and somebody basically gifted me, knowing my true crime interest. They gifted me the mask of the woman, right, which is hanging on the wall there. And but I have
right behind you.
She's behind me, right there.
Oh yeah, your camera is kind of cut it off, but that's okay.
Yeah, see, there she is. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So I have all these weird things, but I also, like I said, I have a lot of true crime related memorabilia stuff too, and things.
Can you share some of that tonight? I know you've got some cool letters.
But I have books of artwork that were sent to me by offenders, or that people gave me. I got stuff from Michael when he passed away, from his conversations with offenders.
What's the craziest piece that you have?
I mean,
right, Josh? I mean, don't you want to know?
Well, we just heard it.
I have to think of they're very funny. You mean that an offender gave me?
Yeah, let's start with that.
Let me think about that a minute. I have some pretty disturbing stuff. I have.
What do you guys think in the chat? Don't you think? Don't you want to know?
Well, believe it or not, a very common thing. I hope I'm not boring everybody with this stuff you're asking me, so I'm answering it. But a very common thing for offenders to do is to send you a tracing of their hands that they used to kill, and especially stranglers. They'll do a tracing of the hand so you can imagine the size of the hands around. So, and I find that very disturbing. Some of them trace other things, which I won't get into, but sometimes they trace their hands, and so I find that very disturbing. And sometimes I think one of the most disturbing things I have was a letter that I got from someone who actually watched this show, and he was in jail alongside Manny Cortez, who was now we know him to be a serial killer, I believe. Accused of being a serial killer. I don't know whatever came out of it, but he was a guy that there were tapes of talking about murders that we looked at for the show for Peacock. That was called Violent. What is it called? Killers on Tape. Killers on Tape.
Yeah, that was the.
Not the Ramirez one. The one.
No. That was the High Five murders.
Yeah, we were on it together. That's right. That's right. And on that, there was a guy, Manny Cortez, that they thought, based on that, might have killed other people, but they knew about 2 little girls he had killed in the same day. And that guy was in jail with this other child killer. And the child killer, by some mechanism that I don't understand, was able to watch me on this show with you, was able to watch that show. I have no idea how. I think on an iPad that they're allowed to have or something.
Yeah, they are.
Could you imagine this? So he's watching, and he writes me a letter, and he says, I want you to talk about me. So I'm going to talk in detail about what I did to these kids, what I did to this person. And it was so cold and detached and detailed. And I mean, I'm not going to get into it, but it culminates with a gruesome description of the killing of a child with a box cutter. And I basically took the letter and I was like, gotta go, like I'm done. And I wound up sending it to someone involved in law enforcement and everything to make sure that the case was adjudicated that he was talking about. And it turns out it was right there in the press that it had been, so I didn't have to take it too far. But the point is, I get a lot of stuff like that, and I have binders of letters from when I was researching crime and I wrote to people. They sent me stuff, but it's very haunting and very disturbing. But I keep it for research. I have poems that were written by offenders.
Hang on just for a sec. I've told this story before, but I think it's appropriate on New Year's Eve about Dahmer. I don't know if a lot of people know, but they went into his house, and when they opened the fridge, they found 2 pizzas with a bunch of human noses on the pizzas. You guys remember? And Josh, what kind of pizzas were they? Because I think you were aware of it.
Dahmer knows.
Dahmer knows pizzas. Yeah, it was pretty bad as a whole. And
I just watched the interview with that Tracy.
That's what we call a crusty joke.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have a blast.
Cheesy and crusty.
We're going to have a blast tonight. So yeah, Domino's, there's pizzas, and they cost an arm and a leg to buy them.
Homicide detectives are so weird.
I can't get over the Virgin Mary as a squirrel. I'm never
Well,
going
I thought
to
it was a squirrel in there, and like Darlene says, that's not right. You're correct. Those of us who have been there, all of us, as a whole pizza? Yes. Oh my, as a whole pizza. Yes. Domino's pizzas. It was horrible. Well, that spoiled my eating. I'm so sorry, Deb. I didn't mean to mess up your eating. I apologize. But anyway. Okay, so hold right there, Gary, right where you're at. Josh, let's talk about your back wall for a moment.
Yeah.
And tell us about that painting back there. What is that? Is that like Godzilla? What's going on there?
This right here?
Yeah, what's going on?
That's just something I ordered off of Amazon to cover a window. And it felt like part of the tack fell down.
I heard somebody say about you the other day, Josh. It was one of these podcasters that was talking about your show you did, and the person said, "Look, I can tolerate." They said something like, "I could listen to him, but like he's got to change that background.
It's not
that horrendous background." And I was like, I like Josh's background.
Yeah, I love it.
Well, the funny thing is that people actually get upset that the tack fell out of the corner, and they're like, "Fix it," and I intentionally do not fix it. It would take me 3 seconds.
What is it though?
It's just nothing. I don't know. It's like the powder puff girls or something. I don't know.
Powder puff girls.
I don't know. It's nothing. It's just a cartoon. It's a dead squirrel and the Virgin Mary painted into one.
Oh, well, there you go.
Oh.
But yeah, no, that's not really the.
What's the color scheme? Help us understand where you're at.
So when I built this, and I painted the room, and then I put up the foam for the posters. And matter of fact, when I was doing it, I actually passed out twice from inhaling too much of the 3M spray glue.
Oh my!
And then I got electrocuted 2 days later after that. So we have a bond here. A lot of blood's been spilled, literally and figuratively, right here. My lovely girlfriend got me the lab. This was a long time ago. She got me the neon. Well, it's not really neon, but it's just a really nice customized sign.
That is a cool sign, by the way. The lab rats love it too.
I love it. It's a staple. Pretty much it'll always be in the background. But then then I painted the door a little bit just to make, the door goes nowhere actually. If you step into there, it's like the nexus of the universe. There's nothing out through that door.
So it's like Beetlejuice.
Yeah, kind of. It's a false door.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But very we used to gather a lot of people like in the studio and do live, or not live, but we would do in studio podcasts and stuff.
Right. Because I don't think a lot of people know that you used to do like a comedy shtick many years ago. And then
many moons ago, I think we started in 2014 or 15.
Wow.
And I've been podcasting for 10 years now. It'll be 10 years.
It's a couple weekends.
I've been doing it for a while. I've been editing podcasts and podcasting in some general sense for a really long time.
And see, I knew Gary went off camera because he went to get some cool stuff.
I went to get some.
Okay, this is you're only going to see this on the interview room, and now the lab.
Well, I have some amazing stuff, but it's I was just looking. This is the letter that I got, very long letter from Charles Albright, a psychopath that details the killing of prostitutes and removing their eyes.
Oh my gosh.
As being total BS. But of course it was all true. And what the letter talks about is that he had a fixation with eyeballs because his mother was a taxidermist that used to keep the little glass eyes and the drawers to put into the birds and the other thing.
wow.
He became fixated on them and then was accused of removing them from prostitutes. So I have a creepy letter here. This is very timely. People ask me in the chat if I have seen Nosferatu, the movie Nosferatu. Well, this is a drawing of Nosferatu that was done by Robert Bardo. Do you remember the schizophrenic who killed Rebecca Schaefer, the star of My Sister Sam?
Here, hold it over to because of your name.
You remember My Sister Sam, the show, My Sister Sam?
Yes.
Rebecca Schaefer was killed, by a schizophrenic fan. Well, he
shot her at the front door, right?
That's right. And then here's another one he did of Freddy Krueger.
I
What's interesting about these is that they show a preoccupation with predators, with horror movie predators, right? A vampire and a guy that haunts your dreams and kills you, and an identification with those characters. So I found that very interesting. Here's a oh God, Robert Ben Rhodes. I won't get into that one.
Oh yeah, he's a sick puppy.
Here's oh yeah. Here's remember Bittaker and Norris, the two guys that would go around in the van with the torture van. Well, here's a picture of the inside of the van with a note on the back from Bittaker, signed by Bittaker, boasting that this was his van. This is my van, seized by police on 11/20/79, released on 9/25/91, and sold for storage charges on 6/30/92. Photo taken 7/9/92, autographed Lawrence Bittaker. Why anybody would boast that they were the owner of that van, I have no idea.
Can you hold it up a little more?
Yeah, that's the inside of the van.
You get this in the mail?
Yeah, well, he's dead.
Did he
send it to you?
They send you things, Well,
did he foam the walls there?
What it looks like is that the inside of the van is paneled. There's wood down on the floor because beneath it was the torture instruments and the recording device too.
What was it?
The recording device, because they would record the torture.
Oh my.
And so that in FBI training at Quantico for some time, you listened to one of the torture tapes from Bittaker and Norris to see if you could tolerate it. Yeah, I remember reading that in a John Douglas book. I think I had to hear it once. Someone showed it to me, and it has never left me. This is a very special piece that I own. This is an authentic letter written by Lizzie Borden. I am the owner of one of the few existing letters by Lizzie Borden. And
can you read Lizzie Borden's letter, Gary?
Yeah, this is Lizzie Borden's letter here. So
can you read what it says?
Oh, read it. Yeah.
On New Year's.
Oh, okay.
When the ball drops.
It says,
okay, wait a minute. Wait, chat. Are you guys ready? Are we ready? Everybody?
These things.
Read it in not Shakespearean voice, but read it in
Elizabethan.
I'll read it in my own. It needs to be read in a Boston accent, actually.
Oh, but then I got the Boston hat on tonight. I wear the Beantown hat tonight, but I don't have the letter, so you got to read the letter.
The letter. Right. I'll read the letter. No, so it says, Mr. Kenny, the man who was anxious for the house, lost his wife last night, and so does not wish to do anything about it at present. If you would like it for $600, however, and it goes on to talk about how you could purchase the house, and that's all. And then it just says, yours very truly, Elizabeth A. Borden. So it's about trying to sell that house, which I think is very interesting, given that it's the murder house. And she had moved at that point into Maplecroft, that big, beautiful mansion that she had always wanted to live in. So now this is.
How old are you? Did Lizzie Borden send that to you herself?
No. Lizzie Borden died in the early 1900s. I just bought it. It's an antique letter. This is a certificate of service document signed by Ted Bundy. You can see Ted Bundy's big, grandiose signature. Can you imagine being accused of that many murders and that proudly signing off on I mean, look at that. It's huge. That's a 1978 document, too. And you know, I mean, there are a lot of very obscure people in here whose things I won't bother to show, but here's a drawing that was sent by Nicholas Claw, the cannibal who is now out in the world as a true crime expert, which is
what is this?
Cannibal who now is a true crime expert. He's been released from prison. And here is
Does he have a YouTube channel?
I don't think he has YouTube. He's on Instagram and things like that. He's a wonderful artist, actually. And here is a drawing he did of a henchman with a bloody axe, signed in France in 1999.
Okay, like Michelle says here. Whoa, wait. Whoops, where'd it go?
Yeah.
Whoa, wait, what? I agree, Michelle.
Yeah.
Whoa, wait, what? So he did how much time, Gary?
Not much. There's a whole big long story about it, but he basically ate someone.
He ate somebody?
A cannibal.
Okay.
Yeah, very interesting guy. But he is a gifted artist, and he does paintings of true crime figures. He illustrates things that there are true crime books that he did the illustrations for. And so that's something that I have. Here's a letter from Jeffrey Dahmer.
Oh, what did Jeff say? Can we
Well,
read? Does he talk about the
it's actually very boring. You know, the thing that I find so interesting about this is how banal these people are. I mean, you talk to them about crime, and they're basically saying to you they want money for the commissary, things like that. Like, for example, in this part of the letter, it says, "I'm sorry I have not written back sooner. I need to try to get over my depression and get motivated. I only earn $20 a month, and I use it for cigarettes. I need supplies. Prison does not allow people to send books, stamps, paper, envelopes. Thank you for offering to send me money." I mean, that's all these people are interested in. So you get that kind of thing. But I just think it's fascinating because what it shows is that banality, right, that these people experience. Here's
please send drill bits and
yeah, that's what they want. You know, these are hand tracings. These are hand tracings by Joseph Lee Druce, and who killed people that preyed on children. And what he writes is, "Child advocate Joseph Lee Druce. Actions sometimes speak louder than words. These hands took action."
oh, so he saw himself as almost a vigilante.
He was a vigilante. Yeah.
Oh man, how does that?
Topic, isn't it? Yes.
That is
I got
interesting.
something cool.
Go, Josh.
Go ahead.
This is a signed CD by Justin Bieber
Oh, hey, that's interesting, actually.
to Josh JB.
You met him?
No, he just sent it.
At a Diddy party.
Oh my God.
Yo, what?
At a Diddy party, please. I'm not going there. I'm not getting.
I'm not.
I hope you don't mind that I'm showing you all this stuff.
No, I wanted to. I thought our audience. I just came up with this tonight, right? I didn't give you any forewarning that I was going to do any of this, but this is. I think it's cool stuff to learn about this.
I keep it because it's interesting to learn from. Okay, now here it says, "Hi, Patches the Clown, aka John Wayne Gacy, as seen in Life magazine." Okay, this is a signed photo of John Wayne Gacy as the clown. Okay, and then what these are, this is really quite interesting. So when he was in jail, John Wayne Gacy obsessionally kept Xerox copies of every article about himself, and he had them in a scrapbook, which was basically acquired by his art dealer, and then I got some of these out from the art dealer. So here's an article, and every one of them he autographed with pride. So here's an article about when they first found the bodies under the house, signed by John Wayne Gacy. Here's another one. 2 more bodies linked to Gacy identified, signed.
And he autographs them.
He autographs them. He's
like
proud
his
of
work. Like his work. Yeah.
Youth disappears. This is from the Gojek case. Youth disappears. No clues. Autographed. Almost across, right? Like as if right across, like as if he's proud of the work, And I've got loads of them, and every one of them is signed because he had to show ownership of these crimes, And he claimed he did it in case the Xerox got displaced. He wanted to make sure people knew the article belonged to him. But I think it's that he wanted to show that the victims belong to him.
Gary, somebody asked in the chat, why are these guys that, or anybody like these people that you get stuff
Yeah.
from? I only get stuff in the mail from like the vet saying that Otis needs his worm medicine or something.
Yeah.
But why are they such good artists? Is there any correlation?
I think it's because testosterone is related to visual ability, and I think psychopaths often have excessive testosterone. There's a whole theory about the relationship between those things. That's why leadership is so easy to mistake for psychopathy and vice versa. It's very hard to tell those two apart. But because the idea is it has to do with aggression, the willingness to do things other people are afraid to do, vision, etc. So I'm not surprised many of them are very good artists.
Very artistic.
But I have so much of this stuff; it's unbelievable.
Do you think any of it has to do with them like being by themselves a lot too?
That's a good point. I mean, I hadn't really thought about that, but that's an interesting idea.
Yeah,
Here's a this is from, I think you'll find this interesting. This is from a serial killer and an essay, guy, a rapist, who apparently had some kind of religious conversion, because it says hope, love, joy, with a drawing he did of a cross, and it says Sean McCrate, Revelation 21, verse 4.
Hold that one up to the camera. Oh my gosh.
But it's very interesting, isn't it?
Wow.
And to be honest, I don't remember off the top of my head what Revelation 21:4 is. So let's take a look. Wouldn't it be interesting to see what message we're trying to give? The message is, he will wipe away every tear from their eyes. There will be no more death or mourning or crying or pain, for the old order of things has passed away.
You see, now this is a New Year's party right here. If you're into true crime, you can't get any better than having the stuff from the perpetrators themselves. I think that Gacy stuff is absolutely.
Oh, I got the stuff like that. Yeah. Here's a letter from Robert Hansen, the butcher baker.
Oh, yeah, he was bad.
Here's a drawing that his cellmate did of him sleeping.
What?
It's cute.
Of Robert Hansen sleeping?
Yeah. His cellmate did the drawing of him sleeping. And he sent the letter of the portrait of him. And you see his signature on the letter in the corner. And this letter was sent, of course he's dead. But
dear Robert.
Well, but the thing I want to drive home is how interested these people are in
it is your favorite
things that are completely banal. They are not interested in what you think, Here's a letter from James Holmes, the Aurora shooter. And this will give you a really good idea of the banality of what these people talk about, right? So you're talking to James Holmes,
the Batman guy, right?
Yeah, right. The schizotype, I think people feel he was. Imagine, for example, and some of these things I've acquired from people, and some of them are from contacting people myself. So now Holmes is a guy that I think was very weird at baseline. He had a kind of, as I said, a schizotypal kind of quality, odd. And now this is what he writes. I'm not going to read the whole letter, but it's interesting. So he says, Christmas was all right here. We got a goodie bag with chips, cookies, caramel corn, chocolate, and pastries in it. Other than that, it was pretty quiet, which is how I like things. They finally restarted the commissary with supplies, etc. And I got a pair of Nike sneakers. They're pretty spiffy. I still remember how I like to tie them. And he says, been watching lots of Christmas movies, but also I got to see one of the new Star Wars movies. It isn't the very newest one. The one by J.J. Abrams and the second Death Star. It was pretty good. I like all the Star Wars movies. Do you like Star Wars? The new Star Wars video game Battlefront 2 looks really good. I've also been following the California wildfires. That's my home state. They seem to get scorched with fires every year, though it's nothing really new. And the Santa Ana winds are the major culprits in spreading those blazes. Well, that's it for now. Like, in other words, you're asking the person about going into a theater and firing at strangers, and the answer is, I got to see the Star Wars movie. I got new sneakers, and I'm interested in the Santa Ana wins. And I think that,
and I like chocolate.
and what?
He likes chocolate.
Right. But what do you think what do you guys think it says?
Is he going to talk about the Mariana Trench next? I mean, what I don't understand.
I think it's fascinating.
It's really weird. I didn't think I could dislike him anymore, but he's a Star Wars fan too. God.
Oh, well, I think what it shows you is this preoccupation with fantasy, right? The preoccupation with things in costume, you know, aliens, things that feel like they're kind of other. Because he feels like an alien, I think, right? Kind of other and outside. Think of the symbolism that people go to a movie, and in front of the screen of what they were going to watch, they see him. You know, I'm more interesting than the movie, right? Yeah. And then you get killed too because you didn't pay attention to him. So what you wind up with is a person who basically dodges. He doesn't want to talk about any responsibility. He wants to talk about the movies. So what does that tell you about him, right? The conflation of that fantasy world and himself is bizarre. And then what's the symbolism of talking about how, you know, about those blazes getting out of hand? Because that's a metaphor, right? The blaze that got out of hand is a metaphor for James Holmes, right? And what does he blame it on? The winds that nobody took care of. You know, it suggests a person who basically says, you made me do this. Like, you know, the winds were blowing, I got out of hand, you know, you see what I'm saying? So I think it's funny how even in trying to say nothing, you can get a lot. Now, this is fascinating. This is from Philip Jablonski, the serial killer. He sent 2 paintings of the Zodiac killer.
He sent those?
Yeah, he was obsessed with the Zodiac killer. This is an image that he did of the Zodiac in the outfit that he wore at Lake Berryessa when he killed Cecilia Shepard,
right,
and attacked Brian Hartnell, and so that's the outfit. And this is a copy of Robert Graysmith's drawing, the cartoonist that wrote the book Zodiac. And then here is a very childlike.
Chris, that kind of looks like your high school yearbook photo.
Kind of childish.
How many times have we talked about keeping that under the rug? Is it necessary to bring it out on New Year's Eve?
1964, San Francisco.
Isn't that disturbing? And here, check this out. So here is an image that he did of Mickey Mouse, where Mickey Mouse has been turned into a skull. And it says, San Quentin Death Row, Happy Halloween, my friend.
Wow.
Right?
And I forget, how many was he responsible for? How many people?
Let me tell you, because I have it right here in my thing, in my record. All I got to do is open it. And I'll have the total number of deaths next to him. He was responsible for 5 victims. It was awful. He centered on women. He was a very disgusting human being. Here's
a book. You should do a book about.
I was going to say, who do you leave this to in your will?
Here's a letter from Keith Jesperson, the Happy Face Killer.
Yep,
and
I remember that.
Notice the hand tracing that's on the letter. Which
why is it? Because it was their handiwork?
Yeah, power. You know, it's demonstration of power.
So for us, when we did our hand, we were making turkeys as children.
Yeah, right. Not these guys. Here, check this. This is a signature of Ed Kemper, which is dated. Now, notice, I think it's fascinating how on the back, instead of just giving the year or whatever, it says September 20th, 1997, 11:54 a.m. in, I guess it's Vacaville, California.
Vacaville.
Oh, Vacaville. I never heard of it. That I had to pronounce that. So, and I wonder if that's where the facility is. But
Vacaville, I think the Zodiac ran around there too, didn't he, Chris?
He sure did.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Here's a Christmas card. Oh, here's a Christmas card from Teresa Knorr.
Stella said a coffee table book, please.
Oh yeah, right. You can't.
I agree with her. Right?
You can't do it.
Huh?
While they're alive, you can't do it. They all have to be dead to
right.
publish their stuff in to make. something on the book or whatever, they'd have to be deceased. And I feel very weird about it because these are people that took lives out of the world. I don't have this stuff to celebrate these people.
No, I know that, but at the
Yeah.
same time, it's a two-edged sword, right? I mean,
It's your research, yeah.
One edge is your research, and the other edge is, people are gonna say what they're gonna say. I mean, you can't.
But it's fascinating stuff. I mean, even to somebody who's just like a novice and into true crime, I mean that kind of stuff is absolutely fascinating.
Oh, and I've taught
that's what you do for a living.
Yeah. Well,
you know what you could do in Tennessee? They have the True Crime Museum. You could do an exhibit and share it with the museum, and then at the conclusion of the exhibit, you get all your stuff back.
Well, that's not a bad idea. I mean, I was thinking about leaving it to something like that, so not a bad idea.
You like not your nephews or anything?
No, it's pretty. Let me show you a couple more things before I put this away, because it's
Okay.
I don't want to steal the whole thing.
Well, thank you for pulling this out. By the way, I know a lot of
It's
we've had a lot of people ask.
Yeah.
I
know. But you want to see a couple more things? I'll show you a couple more.
Yeah. No. What else you got?
Tons. So this is a Christmas card from Teresa Knorr. Now, in order to understand how disturbing this is, you have to know who Teresa Knorr is. Teresa Knorr was a woman who systematically tortured 2 of her 6 children to death. And I mean tortured. She's a 22 in the New Evil. Michael Stone told me that he thought that Teresa Knorr was one of the most evil people that ever lived. And she basically would pit the children against each other, so that they would kill off, each other. And so getting the sweet little Christmas card from the old lady in jail takes on a very different meaning. You know what I'm saying? Now, here's a from Manson. And
okay, hold on to that one. Put it up, Gary. I think folks are going to want to see Chuck.
Just an old letter that Manson sent when he had gotten arrested, and it's interesting because it's from the 70s. This is when he was in, being held at the time of the trial. So I just thought that was kind of interesting.
Did I ever tell you I knew Rick Wills, who was the CHP officer who stopped Manson? And he wrote him a ticket he stopped him in the bread truck with the whole crew, and he stopped him near San Clemente, and cited him for a bad taillight that was out. And long story short, that put Manson in Southern California, because remember, part of his defense initially was, I wasn't around, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Chippy's had a citation on him, but go ahead.
Total BS artist. Now, this fascinates me, and I've never shown this anywhere, so it's kind of interesting. But this is a multiple-page letter from Brian Mitchell. You remember Brian David Mitchell, who had kidnapped Elizabeth Smart?
Yes.
And he was a kind of religious fanatic that had her walking around with the robes and everything. And what this is a very long portion of his personal journal that he basically sent. And it has such fascinating things that I always wanted to share it with Elizabeth, who at one point I was connected to on social media, but we didn't really get to know each other. But I'll read you a little part of it just to give you an idea of what this guy's mind was like. But it says, I am approaching the work with the attitude of writing what is most vital and important to myself each and every day, so as to bring me the peace, solace, comfort, joy, and happiness that my daily obedience to the gospel of my Lord Jesus Christ promises me. And I will take therefore no thought for the morrow shall thought for the things of itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. So he's quoting Matthew chapter 6. Or sufficient is the day unto the evil thereof. So now he's changed it a little, right? In doing so, I hope to find that medium that will release my better self to do the work and open the door to that relaxed, hopeful, and faithful friend within to find the truth of my life and express it succinctly, powerfully, and simply through the grace of the Lord. I recently signed up for a creative writing class here in prison. My reason for doing so may be quite different than many others, as my idea of creative writing is exclusive to always bring forth and reveal those truths that will be the most eternal worth to all those concerned in its advent. This places all creative writing in the realm of the parable, in that important true principles and lessons for life are shared. And in my view, all truly great classical writers in whatever genre are great only because, as to the extent they successfully adhere to this aspect of parable writing. Parables and other poetical literary forms, with their multiple layers of symbolism and meaning, are skillfully used by true prophets, such as they were used by Daniel, Isaiah, Jeremiah, John the Beloved, and Joseph Smith. Foremost and paramount among all of them is the Lord Jesus. All artistic, historical, biographical, scientific, and other works are estimable and truly valuable insomuch as they bring forth the truth according to the Spirit of truth, in a manner that will be blessing for the eternal God and the well-being of mankind. So imagine this guy. Do you remember the length of time that he kept Elizabeth Smart and what he did to her?
Did he sign off as a manual?
He didn't sign it, but he signed the envelope with his actual name, Brian David Smith. But think about, just for a minute, that the chutzpah of going off about how he's some kind of prophet that was doing these things because of Jesus, and that he was going to become a writer that was going to give his evangel to the world. I mean, I think what it tells you is that he was profoundly disturbed.
You think?
You think? Yeah, I mean, yes, I think it's pretty clear that whatever the heck was going on, whatever psychopathic traits that man had, and people have said so, there was some obviously psychiatric thing that was, because people talked about that too. And clearly he was religiously preoccupied and kind of bizarre. And I just think, it's unbelievable, like, to read that, because it immediately jumps out at you how sick this man was. This is another hand tracing from Willie Picton, the Canadian pig farmer who killed 49 women, turned them into meat, and sold them in the supermarket for people to eat. And he was very upset that he couldn't kill 50 before he was arrested because his OCD bothered him. And
I take C in that, actually. That makes me feel better.
What? That you?
How many people did he kill?
49. He wanted to kill 50, but he was stopped. The idea being that he had an OCD-like kind of quality to him. He was a very strange guy, and he would kill prostitutes, and to eliminate them, he would feed them to the hogs, and then when the hogs were slaughtered, he would sell the meat and go to the supermarket and watch people buying it. Yeah, because he knew that they were oh, that's funny, yummy, right? Yeah. No, but here's a very strange little artwork from Dennis Rader.
Oh, that's this stuff.
Yeah, it's strange because you see how childlike it is.
Here, wait, you got to hold it up.
You see the childlike drawings, the bird houses and things. It looks almost like you'd be sending it to a child.
Yeah.
And words of sunshine, right? Everything is listed with codes. Everything enclosed in the letter is accounted for, because he has to know where everything goes to make sure that it's not sold or given away. In this letter, for example, it says, "From the desk of Dennis Rader," and he's colored it in with childlike Crayola crayon or colored pencil. And it says, "Reference letter 11-1-1CY-1/1, page 1. Total count 2 in letter." I mean, talk about an OCD-like quality, right? And then in the letter, he just talks about nonsense, thanks for the birthday greetings, blah, blah, blah. But he's a Pisces. But the thing is that it's very interesting, the obsessional control over every aspect of the letter, needing to know where every page is, if you've sold it, how much money you got for it, blah, blah, blah. So it's a letter from the Night Stalker with very interesting swag.
By the way, you did an amazing job on the Ramirez thing on.
I watched it.
Yeah, on Peacock.
On Peacock, that was with Joni Johnson. I was really, I think the world of her, and I thought she did great. They gave her a lot of airtime. She did a wonderful job too. This is a letter from Issei Sagawa, the Japanese cannibal who killed a Dutch woman that he invited to dinner and ate her. And what's fascinating about this is a letter I got from someone who was a reporter. And in the letter, he says, and you can't make this stuff up. It says, you know what this guy became? A food critic, very famous food critic in Japan. After eating,
say sushi chef.
No, that's disturbing. But he says, thank you very much for a beautiful Christmas card.
Hi, so this guy.
Oh, please. He says, do you have some time?
Japanese?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
No, but listen to this. This is amazing to me. It says, for the interview, could you please bring a brilliant and beautiful interpreter?
Of course.
Who is, if possible, a Japanese girl? I have a much smaller pace now, and you will find it cold, but my health is better.
And some soya sauce. Please,
Yeah.
please
Think
bring
about that.
a beautiful woman and some soya sauce.
Someone said in the audience he was doing takeout.
If you have it sitting nearby.
Yeah, someone in the audience said he was doing takeout.
And chopsticks.
And it's really disturbing.
Actually, I want to learn how to use chopsticks for 2025.
I can teach you.
I want to go fully chopsticks only, no forks.
Now, I think you're going to find this really interesting. Do you guys remember? Do you remember? Do you remember Arthur Shawcross?
Yes, he is another crazy.
He was in New York, Rochester area, I think. He started out killing children and then killed prostitutes, and he was also a cannibal. And who told Michael Stone that human beings taste like pork. And what's interesting about this is a poem. This is a poem which I think is very powerful when you understand that what he's really remembering is when he first killed. He killed a little boy in the forest. And he called it Woodlands. And it says, within the woodlands there is a meadow alive with colors of crushed velvet green, objects drifting through the center of shadows in movement over a slowly wandering stream. Not bad for a guy that supposedly had an IQ of about 85, right? The many colorful butterflies are darting among the wildflowers and grasses under a sapphire sky, flirting in nature's bowers. All the trees of the woods are in ruby red, golden yellow, pumpkin orange, and sea green, showing the brilliance of God's flower bed, plus a breeze blowing slowly over all that is seen. What with the abundant life that abounds, you may see creatures only trying to survive in an area untouched by man and his hounds, for only they have a chance to stay alive. Keep the polychromatic of brightness, of deep, intense richness, for it is to be seen evermore in getting ready for winter's sleep, just as it has done many eons before. So what the poem is about is that he's in this beautiful forest, which then dies and goes to sleep in the winter, right? And of course, when you realize that he took a kid who represented innocence into the forest, assaulted him, and murdered him, the symbolism of the poem becomes horrifying, right? The idea being that death is, going to come for this kid, and the loss of innocence. And so, I kept that poem because I thought, wow, now that's telling. Here's this is a bill from the Candlewood Inn signed by O.J. Simpson.
Wait a minute. Hang on for a second. We're going to zoom in on that. Go ahead.
I love it. Peace to you, O.J. Simpson. I keep it with a small photo of him from The Naked Gun.
And this is a terrible, terrible joke, but like my son one time, we were talking about O.J. Simpson, and I was trying to explain to him how famous O.J. Simpson was, at the time of the murders.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, he's one of like only a few running backs in the NFL to rush for 2,000 yards. And he looks me dead in the eye and he says, yeah, man, those are killer numbers.
Oh, God.
He was so proud. He was so proud of it. I just looked at it. He was so proud of himself.
Here's a religious booklet that was sent by Tex Watson of the Charles Manson family.
Oh, yeah.
He's had a religious conversion, and the letter is all about, be loved by God and donate money to the poor and all that, which I think is fascinating. And well, this is there's so many.
Let's check in on Times Square real fast while you're looking through.
I mean, it goes on and on. I mean, I'll show you one more thing that I think you'll find interesting, and then we'll stop with the show and tell.
Yeah.
But although I think people find it fascinating,
I think this is a great program. It's a great party to be at right now.
I love it.
You know? And by the way, cheers. I'm drinking water over here.
This was sent by Eileen Warnos. You remember Eileen Warnos, the woman who they made the movie Monster about her? She was a serial killer that
Killed men.
Yes, so there's a letter from her. And all it is, when you open it, I mean, this is so creepy. So you open it up, and what they are images taken out of magazines of close-ups of insects, predatory insects, and dead birds.
What's the significance of the birds?
Just, well, I suppose that it's a symbol for her, right? Robin Redbreast in a cage puts all heaven in a rage, as William Blake said about lost innocence.
This is the best true crime New Year's Eve party on YouTube right now going on.
Well, I don't think anyone has ever known about this. I've never shown it to anyone. But just think about what it would mean for Eileen Warnos to send that. And there's nothing else in it. It's just folded up pictures of dead birds and predatory animals.
Is that an ant?
What?
Is that an ant on the front?
That's a close-up of a
looks like a praying mantis.
Yes, it's an ant.
It's
a close-up of an ant.
Good
it's
job.
either a squirrel or the Virgin Mary.
Good job.
Yeah, right. But don't you think that's fascinating that of all the things that she could send, that's what she would send? What does that tell you?
Nuts.
You think so? I think it says something about that she saw life is divided up into the predator and the victim.
I'm kind of a simpleton, you know. I mean, it just comes down to
I think that's
the one word.
People are fascinated by this. You got to see the comments. We get that they're absolutely fascinated that I have these things. But the thing is, Chris, you know, I think, oh, here's a letter from Tommy Lynn Sells.
Oh man, that guy
that he sent to Michael.
Wow.
Let's see what's he say?
Oh, the coast to coast killer, right?
Yeah, he sent him a lot of letters, and
he was bad news, man. He's scary.
Well, let me see. I'll read you his letter to Michael. I'm
Dr. Stone, Michael Stone.
Some nonsense where. So I have Michael's original letter because Michael would keep a file copy of what he wrote to him.
Tommy Lynn Sells.
It says, you know, I'm not going to get into the whole, you know, a lot of it is just informal, got your letter. Thank you for getting back to me. But then it says, I have some minor issues I'm still trying to deal with. My childhood, number one. I would still live with the ghost of my childhood, and I have not been able to cry for years. And sometimes I feel that I will not stop crying. Now, that's very interesting. And then he says, until Victoria. Now, you have to understand what that means. Victoria was his bail bondswoman who became a kind of replacement mom for him. And that was the only woman that he was able to open up to like that. And Michael, in Michael's letter, what Michael is saying to him is, you seem kind of split, fragmented in how you view women. You know, it seems like part of you thinks women are all garbage, and another part of you is looking for a mom figure that loves you, you know. And so he writes back and he explained Victoria became that figure to him. And today she put her arms around me. She held my face in her hands, and I knew I finally had a best friend, a woman who believed in me, someone who didn't want to take something away from me for once. And it's like I traded her off from my mother. And I gave away years of sexual abuse. And then it goes on to say, and in that moment, I remembered the man I killed. I killed him because I saw him blanking, I won't say, a little boy through a window I was peeping through. he was blanking the
And
little boy.
he's talking about his mother in
He's
this?
talking about his mother. He had tried to assault his mother, and she threw him out of the house as a child. And then he was homeless for a long time. And what happened is he was taken in by a man who essayed him. And then when he got older, he was a peeper, he was a sexual offender. And what he's admitting here, and I think in a fascinating way, is that the very first time he killed, it was because when he was peeping, he accidentally saw an assault on a boy. And it enraged him, and he killed the man. Now, Michael thought that story might have been fake. An externalization of blame, a tidy story to make himself look like a vigilante when he really just enjoyed killing. But the reality is that what the letter goes on to explain, he did have this weird thing where he thought the children should be spared because he had to go without a parent, but he would spare them by killing them. In his mind, if you killed somebody's parents, they were going to have to grow up alone, so you might as well kill them to spare them. That was his logic. It was very disturbing. And it goes on to say that he blames this, and I think it's a fascinating letter. And then he says in here that he talks about incest and acts that he felt forced to participate in, and what he basically is on to explain is how he started killing. And it's a fascinating letter, and the fact that Michael got him to talk about that so openly, quite amazing.
Well, Dr. Gary, I watched one of his, I watched an interview of his when he was on death row, and the way that he explained killing was like he was chasing a high every time. Like he said, it was the best,
like a drug addict.
Yeah, it was the best high that he ever felt. He said he would say the most insane things, like, watch the eyes go, and he was a very disturbed human.
Well, do you know how they caught him?
Yeah, he tried to kill 2 girls, one lived, and but he killed I think it was a 13-year-old girl right in front of her friend.
What happened is that you talk about the Searles case. So this is actually in Louisville, if you want the detail. But it is so fast. I would absolutely give my left eye to interview the survivor. She fascinates me. She became an advocate for victims. But basically what happened is he goes into a house where 2 girls are basically having a slumber party. They're in bunk beds.
What's his name again?
Tommy Lynn Sells. I put it in the chat.
Okay.
And what happens is I've wanted to talk to this woman for years. I praised her in the Louisville for her advocacy. And what happens is he goes into the bunk bed, the lower bunk, and he assaults and kills with a boning knife the girl in the bottom bunk. And while this is happening, the girl in the upper bunk is pretending to be asleep, but she's seeing everything. And he, on his way out the door, just to not leave a witness, cuts her throat and goes out the window. And what happened is, fascinatingly, the girl lives, and she runs next door, and without the capacity to speak, using drawings and images, tells what happened. With blood, everything, all over the place. She doesn't stop until she gets this guy described.
Her vocal cords were cut.
That's right, severed. And they wound up catching him. And she lived. And she went on to do advocacy work. She is extraordinary. And I think Diane Fanning, who wrote the definitive book on Sells, knows her. I'm going to ask Diane. She put me in touch, but I would love to interview her. But there's something about her that just amazed me because she stayed perfectly quiet. Didn't make a noise. Suffered because of just being a witness, and then ran next door with it. No thought of herself. Just wanted her friend avenged.
Chris, I got a photo.
Isn't that an amazing story?
Yeah,
it's just unbelievable. Yeah, and I think she, if I remember correctly, she drew. I think she had to do it visually to explain what the heck happened, and the neighbors understood, and they got the.
It's not like the next day.
Oh yeah, and then he left fingerprints and everything, and then you could find it on YouTube. He took the police back and nonchalantly walks them through the trailer, and shows them the house, and shows them the window he went through without his voice ever getting upset in any way. He says, "Yeah, here's where I came in. Here's where I did. Here's where the girls were. Here's what." Because he was a psychopath. He had absolutely no guilt whatsoever. The other thing about him that Michael was fascinated by was his externalization of blame for everything to everybody else. And there was one case where he killed a 13-year-old. He was a transient, and he killed a 13-year-old in a park behind some weeds, like big, tall bushes. And they said to him, "Why did you feel compelled to do it?" He said, "Don't blame me, blame the city." And he said, "Why is it the city's fault?" "Well, if you're going to leave the weeds that high, people are going to kill behind them." Right. And then another time that he was walking through a city. Oh, I can't even look at him. He walked through a city and a woman bumped into his shoulder, just tapped him. He was so hurt that the woman, who didn't even know she hit him, I'm sure, didn't turn around and apologize. He followed her home and killed her and her son with a bat, a baseball bat, because of the slight of getting tapped on the shoulder. And that's what he would do with Michael. Everything was everybody else's fault. There's a fascinating interview Michael Stone did with him on the show Most Evil, which you could watch. It's even on YouTube. He goes in and interviews him, and it is just everything is everyone else's fault. And he talks about that drug addiction thing that you're talking about, Josh, where he says that he experienced orgasm from, and so what he's talking about is that incident with the blade and the girl in the room, and how seeing that is orgasmic for him, and he could care less boasting about it. But you really gotta, I'm telling you, how many serial killers are out there now, or how many have existed? The serial killer database in Florida, which is run by Terry, oh Lord, why can't I remember his last name? It's a friend of mine. Terry is his first name, and he's a really good guy. And Burgess and I and Victor Petrecka, we use his data all the time. It's the largest. That has about 5,000 cases in it, as I remember. Oh, yeah.
That's the young lady that survived Tommy Lindsell's.
I can't believe it, that story.
Well, and the thing was, too, when she was telling, I've listened to her story, too, and she said that the way that, because he was walking out the door, and as he was about to shut the door, he took one last peek in, and he saw her up on the top bunk. Yeah, he walked over with his knife, and she had her hands up like this, and all they asked, "What did he say to you?" And she said, all he said to me was, "Move your hands." And then he cut her throat. Right. Then just left, thought she was dead. That's and it. She survived. I mean, it was just a miracle.
But the thing that's so amazing about her is, because I think, again, you talk about these almost supernatural kind of qualities that seem to happen in some, the fact that she was able to survive.
I know.
It feels almost like you can't explain it, right? Because she was able, I mean, the blood loss she would have, right?
It's incredible.
She was able to basically hold it herself and go next door and describe him and make sure he got arrested and then gets help.
And she's a hero because she knows how many more people he would have killed.
And she lived, right? And now she's like, she does like advocacy work. I mean, just imagine with the scar, I'm sure, and everything else. So, I mean, there are a few of these people that they just absolutely amaze me, and I'm fascinated by her. But yes, she probably saved many, many lives. He was in the high double digits in terms of his victims. He was unstoppable. He went coast to coast and just anybody.
He didn't even know how many, he said.
No, actually, he admitted one to Diane Fanning, which then law enforcement was able to get closed, a cold case. But what she told me, and she writes about, is that he was very friendly and whatever, but because of that split he had with women, where you were either mom, the good mom, or evil. One day she's talking to him, and you know how it is when you go in with these prison visits. I mean, it's not like you're necessarily behind glass, right? Sometimes like you're in there with them. And he just stands up from the table and starts pounding it and screaming on the top of her lungs at her. And it scared her. She never got over it. She said she said there was so much evil in him, it felt like it could rock a continent. But like 2 seconds before, he was like just chatting away, friendly, and then it changed. Chris, you've been in the room with people like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, I'm sitting here listening, thinking, man, this is cool stuff that we're hearing here in terms of and seeing.
Where else are you going to hear it?
Well, yeah, I mean, nobody, right? I mean, it's kind of like one of those going back to, we actually do this for a living.
Yeah, right.
And that's why I wore my Griswold.
I was wondering. That's funny. Well, we need a little levity after that.
Rappers full
darkness. Yeah. Oh, I love that. Marty Moose. But I'm a big
Griswold, where are you going to put that tree?
This isn't all you can eat buffet, Clark. We only need one plate.
Yeah, that's right.
Your
Take a
favorite
rain
line
check
from-
on that.
Favorite line from
Clark,
Christmas.
she's got a lip fungus we haven't identified yet.
Do you have a favorite line from Christmas Vacation?
Do I have a favorite line? I know that movie. I know Elf like the back of my hand. You look rather purpley.
I think Christmas Vacation has lines that are like
My sweetheart tells people when she takes me out, she leans over to the clerks and goes, "He's only out for 72 hours."
I love it. Well,
Yeah.
I think my favorite line for whatever reason in Christmas Vacation is save the neck for me, Clark.
Yeah, save the neck. You know,
I don't know why it just gets me. It's so ridiculous.
and I love how they followed up with him.
Yeah.
I love how they followed up with him in Vegas Vacation. He was just as bad in Vegas Vacation. Remember when he burps, like when Clark loses all that money and he's got the plate in his head, and if he burps, he passes out.
Yeah.
I know.
That's the best.
Well, remember he said, but that line goes something like, I have to take a check on that, Clark, because every time the microwave goes off, I wet my pants.
I know.
Remember, because he had the secret,
Yes, the thing in his head.
slider stuff that he put underneath, the sled, and he took off, man. But Eddie was right there. He, that there's an RV, Clark's going to look great in your driveway for the next 30 minutes.
Remember the electric, the meter is going.
Oh yeah, you taught me. Remember where he's standing there, and he takes his dad out, and he says, "Thanks, Dad. You taught me everything I know about exterior illumination."
Oh, yeah. John Randolph is funny in that movie. Well,
Christmas Vacation.
Christmas Vacation.
Baby
Hilarious.
kisses.
It's interesting because a little piece of trivia about that movie is that the woman who plays Aunt Bettany, the woman who has dementia with the high.
They want you to say Grace.
Right.
Grace died 30 years ago.
Okay, so the interesting thing about her, they really dug her up out of mothballs, to play that role. She was Betty Boop. She was the voice of Betty Boop.
Oh, really?
Betty Boop.
I
Yes.
did not know that.
And of course the guy who played her husband, William Hickey, the great character actor William Hickey, was also a cartoon voice. He was the voice of Dr. Finkelstein in the Nightmare Before Christmas. Both of them had those very recognizable voices, and but I think it's funny that they dug up the woman who played Betty Boop to play Aunt Bettany with the wrapped up cat. Remember?
Yep. And how about when she's saying Grace? She goes, "I pledge allegiance to the flag," and then everybody stands up, and Eddie, and I mean that movie.
I know.
Is classic.
It's hysterical. I love that. Yeah.
Did you watch Elf over the holiday season?
I love Bob Newhart in that.
Oh yeah,
because I miss Bob Newhart. I think Bob Newhart was a good man, and
he's a great man. He was a great actor.
He was funny without ever having to get dirty. He was just
yeah.
He was authentically funny with that phone. Remember, you do the routine where you would talk on the phone.
Yeah,
hysterical. But what's your favorite part of Elf?
Well, I just love Buddy all around. I mean, one, his name is Buddy, but I think probably like everybody else, you're not the real Santa. You smell like beef and cheese.
Yeah.
Oh.
Where all the kids are lining up, and he goes, "He's a fake. He's not the real Santa." And then the Santa Claus, they start, fighting with each other in the in Gimbals, which is Macy's, right? They had to change the name, but everybody's rolling through the crowd there. I just thought that was just hysterical as a whole.
It's a very sweet movie.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a very sweet movie. It became
Yeah.
It's sort of like a Christmas story. Like you can watch it 100 times. It's I love that movie too.
What was the quote in Christmas Vacation when he asked if he was surprised, and he said, "What did he say? Surprised, Eddie? I wouldn't be as surprised if I woke up tomorrow and my head was sewn to the carpet or something."
Yeah, exactly.
Forget that speech about the boss.
Or how about the squirrel? How about when?
You mean the bird?
Yeah, but how about when he lights the cigar and
Santa goes,
and he burns the Christmas tree down, right? And then the squirrel is on his back, and they're all chasing him through the house. That is some great dry humor.
Chevy Chase is
Amazing art, writers. Can you imagine the writers' room? Them just cracking up. I mean, that's some good stuff, man. That is good stuff.
Julia Louis-Dreyfus is in that, of course.
Yes.
Seinfeld. Another piece of trivia. How many Seinfeld cast members were in Christmas Vacation?
I don't know.
Well, everybody would say one because they think Julia Louis-Dreyfus, who was Elaine, but actually it's two, because the man who plays Clark's father, John Randolph, was Jerry Seinfeld's father on Seinfeld for one episode. And then they replaced him with Barney Martin. But the thing is it's funny to me that people don't recognize him as Seinfeld cast member because he was just in one. They thought he was a little too dry, so they replaced him. But I like movie trivia, as you can see. And but I always wanted to know, where was that filmed? Where did they film Christmas Vacation? Where's the house? Where's the Griswold house?
Anybody know?
I'd like to know. It sort of looked a little like the Home Alone house, to be honest with you, but I was curious if anybody knows. Let me see if I can find it. Because when they're out in that snowy field and everything, where are they? Let me see.
It's in multiple locations, including Colorado. Let's see here.
Oh, okay. It was California and Colorado. But where's that house? Oh, it says actually parts of it were in Breckenridge, Colorado. Breckenridge, Colorado, wherever that is. I actually don't know where that is. Well, and it also says they filmed in the Marshall Field and Company department store in Chicago.
Oh, so that wasn't New York. That wasn't Manhattan.
No, you remember the part where he goes in and he can't control himself because he's so attractive.
Yeah. With the yeah. What do you think, Russ?
Well, you've seen the first Vacation, right?
Oh yeah, trust me, I followed Chevy Chase. You want to hear a funny story? So we were in Michigan at the big museum there, the Ford Museum, right? Yeah. And I look over, and there is Dan Aykroyd and Chevy Chase, and they're just walking around. Just checking out the museum. Yeah, I didn't bother them, but it was them. And I was like, wow, that's kind of cool. I wanted to say something, but, I've been around enough of those people just to, leave them alone.
Yeah, that's something that could go either way with Chevy Chase. I think he's an interesting fella.
Have you met him?
I have a thing. I think Dan Aykroyd is hysterical. I would love to meet the guy.
Dan Aykroyd's a nut.
Brain is like, it's like a mile.
I've heard enough stories about him.
I think I love Ghostbusters, and in Ghostbusters, I feel like Dan Aykroyd is kind of underratedly hilarious because he's so dry, and he says these totally ridiculous things, and you're just sitting there and going like, how are people not hysterical at the way he phrases things? You know what I'm talking about? He has that very robotic, high speed kind of way of trying, and it just makes everything he says hysterical to me. Are you guys are both SNL fans? I mean, do you like all the old SNL?
I am. Yeah, I go way back with the original cast.
Yeah, I like anything Dan Aykroyd and
Steve Martin and Martin Short. Right, yeah. Those guys are hysterical.
Martin Short. Matter of fact, I watched Santa Claus 3 just because he was in it.
Oh, I love him. I think when he does Jiminy Glick.
Oh, he's brilliant.
Can't handle it. I think Jiminy Glick is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. He has me on the floor laughing because he's so insulting. He knows just what to say to get right under your skin, make you feel like a has-been. That's the kind of stuff I like to watch at this time of year. It's just goofy. Sit back, relax, don't take life too seriously.
Name this guy,
Peyton Manning.
Oh, that Karen with you? Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, that's Karen. I guarded him.
Oh, Gary, that's Eli Manning.
That's his brother. That's his brother. And here's one more.
That's pretty cool.
I guarded her.
I don't know who that is. Is that
Wait, I'm not recognizing from the photo.
Charlie's.
Oh, I see. Is Farah?
No, I did her too, though. I guarded her.
And Cheryl Ladd?
That's Cheryl Ladd.
Oh, I couldn't tell from the photo which of the angels it was. I mean, I knew it wasn't Kate Jackson.
See, my sweetheart knew. Good job, Karen.
Yeah. Now that you because I couldn't recognize her, but as soon as you said Charlie is, but
And I've got one more. Josh will know this one real fast. This one's from the Football Hall of Fame. Gary?
I'll take anything but football, Alex, for 500.
Josh?
I don't recognize him.
Okay, I'm not going to give his name up then.
Who is that?
I can't do that. Somebody will know in the chat. All
He's
right.
Hall of Famer?
He's a Hall of Famer. I had, as you guys know, I guarded Tom Cruise during the filming of Top Gun for 4 days.
Ooh.
Didn't say a word to me, by the way. And then
Consistent the things people.
I had Terry Bradshaw and Billy Crystal at a.
I bet he was very nice.
Those two were absolutely nuts. It was a celebrity pro-am golf tournament. Okay.
Oh, okay.
It was a celebrity pro-am golf tournament in La Costa Golf Course.
Interesting.
And anyway, it was those two were nuts. And this guy here who turned out to be a real problem for America.
Well, that's funny.
I used to hang out with a couple of people.
How tall he is.
That's funny. Look at that.
Did I ever show you that, Gary?
I never saw that one. No, I've seen a lot of photos of you with pretty amazing people, but I've never seen it.
I know who that is, but I don't know who the football player is.
I'm not gonna
put him back up. That's James Comey for people asking. Who?
Yeah.
Can you put the picture back up? I want to see.
You want which book picture?
The football player.
Football player.
Oh, okay. Let me go back.
Because I know who it is. I think.
You think you know?
I think so.
Okay.
Is it Plunkett?
That's right, Jim Plunkett.
It is Plunkett. Yeah. He looks so different there.
I know. Well, look at Karen. Look how beautiful. I mean, she's still beautiful, but look.
He looks the same.
Oh, she doesn't change. She hasn't changed. One day I look like a pretzel boy.
I was gonna say you look 50 years younger there.
Oh, if you look over there, yeah. NHL Penn says, "Who's James Comey?" That's a great question.
Do we really? I thought we're not doing politics.
We're not. We're not going to go there. But I also was in this guy. Well, no, I don't want to do that. Never mind. I don't want to go there. This is New Year's, by the way, but here's some really cool dudes. This one here, you're going to have to ask, who is that? That's me in the background.
You look like you're supervising.
Well, you know who that is?
No, I don't.
That's Mark Guess, or Oz from Benghazi.
Oh, interesting.
He was up on the roof in Benghazi. Yeah. He's the guy that got his arm almost blown off. And then his partner, Tig, is here.
People in the audience are saying they love Oz.
Yeah, Oz is a cool dude.
Yeah, look at him. It looks like a...
This is Tig. So these are two of the four guys that were on the roof in Benghazi. And they're both personal friends of mine. I got to meet them at some military events. I went to, this event here, for an example. This is Dana. He has artificial legs here, but he was one of the Army's demonstration paratroopers. And this was an event for wounded warriors And you'll see these guys, they're sitting there in their wheelchairs.
Oh my God.
Anyway, there were 6 Medal of Honor winners. I got to show you this, talk about, total humble, not knowing what to say, how to say it. Here's 2 guys. This is Woody. This guy here in World War II on the Iwo Jima was a flamethrower. And his stories are just unbelievable, And I had to go to pick up a little statue for him. They made a bust for him, and they were going to present it to him. But before they presented it to him, I was told, hey, go up to Woody, ask him if he likes it before we give it to him. And so I had the task of walking up saying, sir, is it okay with you if, the group here presents you with this bust that they've made of you? And he says, well, let me see that. And I handed it to him, and there he's holding it. And he looks at me and he goes, well, what do you think? And I'm like, it's above my pay grade, sir. And he says, no, what do you think of the bust? And I said, well, to be honest with you, it kind of looks like you. And he started cracking up, right? And he says, thank goodness. He said, okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and accept this when they call me up there. And can you imagine? I've got some really cool pictures in here of these guys, because it was an amazing event. And, I met obviously through my career, getting through a lot of different types of doors. I was very blessed. Go ahead.
You also met a lot of infamous offenders.
Oh yeah. I've met a lot of offenders too, but I always like the good guys too, right?
Of course. That's what I'm saying. So you've seen, because I think that I have a sense that one of the ways that conversation tonight will go when we think about the end of one year and the beginning of a new one is that theme of choice and change, and how you can either choose to be a good guy or choose to be a bad guy. It's that kind of thing of like every day is a fresh chance. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
So
you've seen both sides. Yeah. Oh, look at that.
You look like Magnum PI.
You know what? Mustache.
You still make that face, Chris.
Well, what's interesting about this picture, about less than probably a minute later, a gentleman comes running up the stairs, and he hands me his child who is not breathing. And this was during the first Gulf War, the 1st Marine Division. You can see them coming down the street here. And some citizen took this and gave it to me. But this is the 1st Marine Division after the first Gulf War coming home. And they were all, marching and we had everybody there, because it was a huge event. But where I was going with that thought process is this guy runs up to me and he hands me this child, and he looks at me and he's just in shock, and he says, my baby can't breathe. My baby can't breathe. And I literally grabbed that child, and I'm going to put this picture back up again. I ended up getting an award for it, but that's neither here nor there. But you see that band shell in the very back there behind my head here? The band shell?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the general Boomer was on that band shell speaking about the 1st Marine Division attacking Kuwait City during the first Gulf War. And within a minute, this father comes from this area over here, hands me the baby. And like I said, my baby can't breathe. I run down a set of stairs that's right to the, just straight from where I'm at. And to the right over here, you can barely see it. but there's a ambulance right there. Okay.
Oh.
And my instinct was, roll the kid over, start hitting him on the back, trying to get, jumpstart the kid again, the child. Anyway, I ended up running right in front of General Boomer and the crowd, and it went silent. You could hear a pin drop as I was running past everybody, and it was like life, just slowed down. And as I'm getting there, I was on my radio, and I said, "Hey, I've got a CPR in progress here, a small child." And as I, the dispatcher would go, "Where are you headed?" And I said, "I'm, running the ambulance next to the north side of the pier." Anyway, so I get there, and the ambulance doors open up. I hand the child off. The doors close. Okay. And the crowd was it was like a moment in time where everything froze. And, first we're celebrating the 1st Marine Division. They're home. They went to Kuwait City. Next thing you know, there's emergency events going on. And within a minute, the ambulance door pops open. The paramedic comes out and he holds the baby up like that. And, and the other guy's giving thumbs up. And he had a piece of banana that had been dislodged. Okay. The place erupted. It was unbelievable, and, the general, just everybody, all these Marines, all these families, he just erupted for that life of that child. And I just thought, wow, this is really cool stuff that the Lord has just done here. And he has humbled the world once again into reality check.
The miracle.
Life is so precious.
Yeah.
So scary at the same time.
Well,
but it's still,
they're keeping it pretty safe there right now. Thank God.
Yeah, and it still doesn't top, having all the cool stuff that you got behind you there, Gary and Josh.
I think what you're talking about is far more important than, the only reason I think those things are interesting is because they help us understand people that do these things to try to prevent more of it. That's why I wanted to place the emphasis on the survivor of Tommy Lynn Sells, because I think she's so much more important, than Tommy Lynn Sells. I mean, who cares about him? But I think, this is showing, because I'm what I was getting at is I think New Year's becomes symbolic of like a fresh new page, and it doesn't, there are a lot of things that some of us do that we're not proud of, or mistakes we've made, or horrible things, and you can always change. I mean, you got to think of it like each day is like a new life. Yesterday's dead. Try again, start over. And I think my experience has been doing therapy with people that the thing they have the hardest time with is forgiving themselves. That they think they're terrible people because of where you stay up at night and you stare at the ceiling and you think, how could I have said that? How could I have done that? How could I have been so awful? And but the thing is, yesterday is gone. I mean, what could you do? Go back in time? And I just think it's important to pause and kind of think about that. People could do the kinds of things you did, Chris, with a life, or they could be Tommy Lynn Sells. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's. I just think you have to pause a minute and think about the power of your hands. What you could do with them.
You know what I learned, and I appreciate you saying that, Gary. But and Josh, you guys, what I learned. I learned though that through experiences like that, and unfortunately, like probably any other first responder, any other doctor, any paramedic, any nurse. We've all experienced it. Everybody has, even yourself, right? I mean, you've worked the ER for many years and you saw this type of stuff happening. But I think what you learn is and I don't mean this in a derogatory way because I don't feel like this as a human being, but I think I've learned my nothingness in the universe, i.e. I'm just dirt. Organized matter. Okay. And, that even in that experience where the father hands me his child, and you look at this desperation of that parent in that very moment, and then you don't realize at the moment, because you just kick into muscle, memory, right? You just kick into whatever comes on from what you've trained and you've trained and you've trained. But you at the conclusion of it, you have such a rush of adrenaline that's gone through your body. And, then you get the outcome of success, i.e., the paramedics got him, jump started him. But I think law enforcement goes through this process where if he would have gone the other way, then, you have to go back to work within an hour.
Yeah.
And it's like this swing of the pendulum. It's like, holy cow, where do you go from here? What do you do? And so you learn that, look, I think that day, just for a little bit while running with the child, I was God's hands for a moment. And when I handed him off, the paramedic was God's hands.
Yeah.
And, and I know a lot of folks, for who aren't religious, have a different perspective. And I totally have always respected that position in of itself. But at the same time, for me, I think that's what has got me to where I'm here today. Am I off base there?
No, I think what you're saying is very important. Because the idea is that God, being spirit, needs hands to do the work. You can only be inspired, or, suggested to do something, but then you have to will to do it.
It's like when you pray for the surgeon's hand, or God to guide the surgeon's hands
right
during surgery.
Right. Well, you remember Mother Teresa?
Yes.
Calcutta. Well, she's a very complicated and interesting character. That's a whole other story. She's a very interesting person. But there was a story she told that, she used to pray every day in front of the Blessed Sacrament in the church. And there was a crucifix there above the tabernacle. There was a terrible earthquake in Calcutta, I think it was. And the crucifix broke. And she kept apologizing to God that the crucifix was destroyed, and she couldn't find the arms and hands of the crucifix, of the corpus of the crucifix. And she said, because in one of her few mystical kind of moments, she said that she heard the answer come to her, "You're my arms." And that was very important to her. Well, I understand what she's saying. I mean, don't you?
Yeah.
Right. And, in other words, who cares about the arms of the statue? You're my arms. And I think it was a very powerful moment for her, right? But because each of us, every time we go out, even in a little way, and, give clothes away, give money to the poor, whatever, but also in small ways, like being kind to the new person at work, a stranger, right? Talking to somebody who looks kind of lonely, being a peacemaker that kind of encourages two people to put aside an argument. In doing that, I think you are kind of being God's hands, and some people are, the interesting thing about it is, by implication, the best people are not doing anything. They've just become vessel of, you know what I mean? They shrink down to nothing, and everything that comes out of them is coming from, they're just an instrument. And that's fascinating to me.
Josh, what's your take?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that when you're talking about the hands of God, and I just saw somebody in the chat talk about divine intervention. I believe in those things.
I've seen it, haven't you?
Yeah, I feel like I have. I mean, I think that as I've gotten a little bit older, like faith has been pretty important to me. When I was younger, I believed, I had faith, those kinds of things, but I don't know how serious I was about it until my kids were, not I would say around 5 or 6. And, you're just constantly thinking about your children and your nephews and, faith plays a big part of, who we are, who I am. And, but sometimes to be honest with you, uh, I feel like I just struggle with it still, I just, some days I feel like, yeah, I have all the faith in the world. What does it say in the Bible? The faith of a mustard seed, could move a mountain, and like a mustard seed is almost impossible like to see. It's so small. And, but I get encouraged by those kinds of stories and those thoughts and things like that we do play some part in this, grand scheme of life. And like Chris, you with the little baby, and Dr. Gary, I know that you've talked to people, that were probably going to, commit horrible crimes against lots of people and have
Or themselves.
and you had talked them off of a proverbial ledge, and, I think that faith plays a huge factor in that. And I think that when you present yourself as somebody that does have faith and, and like Chris said, whatever your faith is, it really does kind of shows through and rubs off on others. That's how I feel about it. And that's why I appreciate both of you guys too, because I think that, I learn a lot from both of you, and I seek your guys' advice about many, many things. And I've never been steered wrong. I mean, and Dr. Gary, like, I think this is our first year together doing stuff, and
Yeah,
it's been awesome, and because of Chris, and Chris, we've known each other for quite a little while now, and just a couple days, and getting to meet Dr. Gary through it too has been, this year has been really, it's been a really decent year, I think. And I think that this next year is going to be even better. And we're only like 5 minutes away from that. What is it? No, we're,
but don't you guys think that in doing these podcasts that we have done some good work, some of God's work through the podcast?
I think so.
That have written to us and told us about personal healing that they've experienced because of the things that are said, that they feel that there is a place for them to talk about pain that they've been through, that they feel unjudged. It's a place of stability where they can come every week and kind of tune in and feel this kind of family-like belonging.
That's why I chose Sunday nights.
Well, there you are. I think that there are people that, it's sort of the way therapy does that. You could sit in a room with somebody and talk about the wall and they won't stop coming, because in their mind, most people feel that the sameness of the room and the therapist and the thing, is very healing. Because for some people who haven't had healthy attachments, that's the most, what the heck? That's the most healthy attachment they've had, right? So I think it constitutes a healthy attachment for people, like a place that feels kind of like family.
Definitely. There's a fellowship here. And Josh, can you do me a favor real fast? I don't mean to interrupt real fast, Gary. But can you tee up Auld Lang Syne by chance? I don't know.
I don't like that song. I just find it kind of a downer. But I play it all.
Downer, finish your thought.
No, that's all I was saying. But I just think it's a beautiful atmosphere, and I do feel often that God brought the group together.
No question.
Because I think we do a lot of very good work, and people don't know a lot of the work that, for example, even that we do, Chris and I in the foundation, which I think is an extraordinary group, another group that really feels very blessed. I mean, Chris, do you ever think about the idea that none of those people takes a dime for what they do?
Yeah,
all over the world, like, get together and help, and they don't get anything for it. I mean, isn't that extraordinary?
Yeah, I've been with Greg as you know, since 98. And I was still working at the time. And you're right. There is not a single person that gets paid for the association, through the cold case. It was all lang syne, but you know what? Gary's right. I mean, I want to go into 2025 here.
Positive. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, you know what? Because to your point, one of the main reasons when I first got onto YouTube, Josh was here and he guided me through. I mean, for some reason, I just got pounded. When I first started, it was like, I didn't understand, what trolls were. I didn't understand what all the drama, channel stuff. And I'm like, what is this? And I had just come over, from another experience. And I thought to myself, you know what? My son, Dylan, is the one who said, Dad, he said, you're such a positive person. You need to do what you do and just let it stand for itself. And then people will see it.
Right.
He said, don't worry about it. And he was right. And then, I met Josh right out of the gate and Josh was like, dude, just ignore, the garbage out there. Cause it's just going to always be there. It's, like the trash man comes every Thursday. And it's like, oh, okay. Yeah. I'm supposed to do that. And then, I went through that experience where they tried taking me down one night and, they were successful for a little bit, but, there's just so much misinformation in the world tonight and today. I mean, if we look at this event going on right now, Gary, how far is this from you? And by the way, it looks like it stopped raining.
How far is that from me?
I look in the bottom right-hand corner. What are they putting down? Okay, they're putting speakers down. Has it stopped raining in Manhattan?
I don't hear the thunder anymore, but that was a pretty bad storm earlier. Yeah, but it looks like we're coming down to it here. 2 minutes.
Yeah, we're 2 minutes away.
I have to make a quick phone call because I want to call some family.
Call your family. Step away for a moment.
Where's the ball?
And Josh, if you need to step away, feel free. My sweetheart will come in here, probably give me a quick kiss on the cheek over here or something.
I'll kiss Sinatra.
It's so important to when you're thinking about who isn't with you on New Year's. It's very easy to do that, to miss who is. For example, I always say to patients who say to me, so lonely, I can't make any new friends and whatever. I always say, why don't you reconnect with the ones you already have? And then they go, oh, yeah, it's true.
Dr. Gary's going to kiss the picture on the wall.
Yeah, right. She's already, the unknown woman of the saint. She's kissed enough.
Annie.
Yeah, Annie.
I had no idea that was how she got Annie.
Yeah.
Are you awake? ABC's, remember airway, breathing, circulation?
Right. Yeah. That's what she was. It's fascinating. And her face is in so many famous paintings. All right. I think it's midnight.
Okay, let's see. Where's the ball?
I was going to say, this is very anticlimactic.
I don't know what you're watching, but
I'm watching Times Square.
Well, according to my computer, it is midnight. Hold on. Let me see.
There's the ball up. It's still at the top up there. See it right up there?
Something's fishy. No, it's midnight. I think you're looking at some footage that's a little, yeah.
This is from 2022. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, all I know is Happy New Year, guys.
I'm not seeing it move. And I'm watching it live.
I don't know what's up with that, but it is the New Year. I'm seeing everybody. I'm looking elsewhere online, and it's the New Year.
This reminds me.
New Year.
I don't know what we're watching, but
it is the New Year.
Yeah, it's New Year. Happy New Year,
Chris. One time I was at Dr. Gary, you like this. When I was at a New Year's party one time, a long time ago, and they had the ball drop on the TV, and it was like 5, 4, 3, and then I went and pulled the plug right before that.
So here is the ball is lit on this feed. Happy New Year's, everybody. If you're there, it's 12:01. So somebody in the booth, but forgot to press the button. And all the producers are going, it's 12:01, right, Frank?
It's symbolic of the incoming year.
Hang on, I'm eating some food over here. Give
Nobody's
me a
even like cheering.
Right, the guy's gonna say, "Why are you firing me? I literally didn't drop the ball."
Yeah, exactly. I remember as a kid when I was in Boston, when my father was in Vietnam. I went to a Boston cop. I said, "Sir, can you help me, find the street?" And he goes, "What's the matter with you, kid? What do you think I am, an information booth? Get out of here." And I'm thinking, okay, yeah,
So funny.
thanks. Yeah. I forgot to press. Look, that ball is still sitting there. I don't care what anybody has it. Guys in chat, guys and gals,
see it.
And you don't see it. Get some glasses on. You're getting old. Put some glasses on for a moment.
All right,
Gary, call your family. It's turning colors right now.
They're all trying to. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay, it's yellow right now. Does everybody see that ball in the middle?
Okay, I see it.
Of the film. It's red now, or purple, whatever color.
I see. I know what you're talking about. I didn't see anybody. Nobody's moving or cheering. It's like they're paralyzed. I don't understand. It looks like like what in the year?
But there's no there's not even a countdown going on.
Oh,
no,
they're too busy. I don't know what they're doing.
What feed is this?
This is AP.
They're probably all standing around talking about Luigi. All right, let me.
You know what? Let me refresh it, and I'll see if it comes up.
No, they're all going to be going wild. All right, let me make a quick phone call. That is funny. All right,
hang on.
Be right back.
I think we're behind.
Just a little.
I don't know how we're behind.
Spoiler alert! It's
this is the ball drop right here. AP.
Like,
what the heck?
now they're partying.
Now they're partying.
I don't know what's up with that.
No,
ball.
they're not partying. It's Happy New Year. Okay, so
look,
now they're partying. Okay, so it just dropped.
Who's that?
Well, better late than never.
Okay,
see Chris
and Bob.
Maybe I don't know. There are too many jokes to make here. I'm just going to hold.
Priscilla, I missed. How in the world did we miss that? I had that thing.
No, that's the best. That's the best part of the night so far.
You know,
I love that. That's the
best. That's fitting.
Well, here it is, right there. The bingo. Happy New Year. Just home. Boom, pow, zoink.
That's pretty good.
Boom, pow, zoink, as they would say in Batman. See, right there. Now it's going off. Thank you very much. I wasn't as off as I thought I was, but thank you. Toilet paper hats. Tammy says look like they're running around in toilet paper hats. I can't disagree with that. Maybe Charmin is the sponsor for the program. It's Central Time. Yeah, he's not too upset. Thanks, Jane. Hang on, Josh. Let me move you into a different position now that till Gary gets back here.
I'll tell you, there was a time I was doing a show. It was when a hurricane was gonna happen, and I queued up a picture of where the hurricane was supposed to hit, right? And it said it was supposed to land at I think it was 11:32. So I'm sitting there and watching it, I'm 3 hours. I'm sitting there watching it, I got a few hundred people watching with me, and I'm looking and I go, man, the water's awfully calm. And I kept watching. The water kept getting calmer and calmer. I was 12 hours off.
Oh my goodness.
I bet there's some people
happened.
I bet there's people in here that watched. It was the most ridiculous thing ever.
And plus, where are our friends from Australia? If you're out there in the chat, when did you guys have your fireworks go off? And then Central Time, they're still waiting.
No, they're
right. It's only 10 o'clock Central. They should get 2 more hours. So we haven't missed anything. But in New York, it's past midnight now. It's
that doesn't
12:06. Yeah, Happy New Year, everybody. Let's see here. I got to find a good song. Happy New Year, everybody.
Yeah. I'm not convinced the ball dropped yet either.
I think you may be right.
I'm telling you, I was sitting there, I was like, yeah, we're gonna see the hurricane just, it's gonna be the surge of the hurricane, and it was a little windy at first, and I go, wow, those boats aren't rocking at all. Like, they look pretty steady. And somebody goes, that's because you're 12 out, you read the time wrong. It's 12 more hours.
Dog Mom, I'll have to get you the song. All right. We got Budzo in the house. What's up, Budzo? Hang on for a minute. Bud's in the house.
They said the ball dropped normally.
Yeah, well, we didn't see it.
So I don't know.
What's normally for New York?
Well, that's a good question. But they said that it went down at midnight, so they were confused why I said that it didn't seem to do that. We were on some kind of delay, obviously, with the internet.
Well, let me ask Bud.
Oh,
Bud, what do you think?
Yeah, Gary, what's the symbolism there is what, like an undescended testicle?
Happy.
I was waiting for that one.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Probably.
Do you guys like the smell of dog paws?
Not really.
But you hear that?
I just like dogs generally. I love them. So
sometimes Otis stomps in his own pee.
He's such a nut.
Did you name him after Elf?
No. Dylan named him.
Oh, just a coincidence.
Yeah. And when I was a dog handler with Irk would put his paws on my shoulder, and I'd smell those paws, and I'm like, oh man, what the heck are you doing?
Who knows?
Yeah.
A lot of people. Somebody in the audience said he looks like Little Nipper, the RC Victor dog.
Yes, that we get that a lot. He's like our perpetual puppy. All the time people are like, how old's your dog? Is that a puppy? No, No, he's up there.
And
You know,
they're very smart Jack Russell Terriers, aren't they?
oh yeah, they're very in tune with what time it is, right, going on around you. So
Yeah.
meaning they're not only smart dogs in general, they try to outsmart you. And
Yeah.
I love this. Somebody, I gotta put this one up.
That's funny.
I had to deal with my grandpa's after he died.
I was wondering if you guys wanted to talk a little bit about a recap of where things stand with some of 2024's big cases and what we think is going to come next year. Do you guys have some thoughts on that? Did you want to?
I'll let Josh start. I think we learned a lot this year about criminal behavior.
Well, there are some cases that are going to go down in the annals of crime. I mean, in each one, I could tell you a lesson that I think the criminology field learned. There are different things we've learned from each one. Some of these cases are really heartbreaking. I mean, and I really want to see justice done in them. There, but I just was curious what you think were kind of like the milestone cases of 24, and cases that are really going to go down in history. The cases that
Well,
seem like that show resolution.
Obviously, the Sebastian Rogers case started in February, so we're coming in on a year, and hopefully, that's one of those cases that I started covering pretty early on, right after it happened, with a young man named Trevor Lee, who was a local, and he was doing this. He was he was just posting about it. He had done a couple shows, that didn't have a lot of attention, but he had some. And so I called him and I said, "Hey, what's this? What's going on here?" And so we talked about it for a while. And I said, "Well, let's do a show on it." And we did a few, and the case blew up into just what I perceive as an online mess, but that there are still, factual things that you can bet, like that case. It's one of those cases where.
You mean Rogers, or do you mean
Sebastian Rogers? Yeah.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
It's a case that
Dad may be here, may be watching.
He might. Yeah, it's just it's a terrible case, in the fact that this video recently just came out, where he was eating at the restaurant with his mother, and I didn't analyze it or overanalyze it or anything like that, but watching him at the restaurant like that, it really humanized, that he's not just a picture on a missing flyer, that you're sitting there and you're watching this young man live his life, and knowing that the very next day he allegedly disappears off the face of the earth. I mean, that's really what, I mean, I just don't know how a 15-year-old kid can run away or anything like that without being seen. So that's a really perplexing case, because of the fact that there's just been no sightings. There's been nothing. But I do believe that law enforcement is working diligently, and I do think that case will be solved, and I do think that people will be held responsible for what has happened, whatever that is.
Well, I always say with the Sebastian Rogers case, without casting any specific aspersions, is I always remind people of the Sherlock Holmes dictum that whenever you've eliminated the impossible, no matter whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. So if you have a situation where it's impossible that somebody has run away or been taken away because the evidence doesn't seem to support it, well, then what are you left with? That you never have to leave the house to understand it? So that's disturbing, right? But I mean, look, I mean, we're not here to cast aspersion. We're only here to say you have to think about that. That's interesting, you know. But of course, maybe there is some way to explain him being taken out or running away or whatever.
Well, it's funny.
It's probable, but who knows?
When you talked about Elizabeth Smart earlier, you know, she's
On her, yeah.
she's kind of like the beacon of hope in a lot of these cases.
Yeah.
I mean, she's the outlier. She's the minority. It does not happen often, but it does happen. And I think that it's always important, you know, I mean, you have to reality, in reality, you have to think of it logically, but at the same time, I do believe in miracles, and I do.
Right.
Look, if Sebastian Rogers is found and he's found alive, that's a miracle. Well, it is 10 months, 11 months. When, you know, when Elizabeth Smart was found, that's a miracle. You know, I believe the little girl, Chloe, I forget the last name, in Australia. Remember her? She was in the tent and she was kidnapped by that man.
I know.
And she was found alive. That's a miracle, you know, but these are very rare instances, but they do happen. And, so, you know, that's one case, obviously, that, you know,
and it really breaks the heart because we've gotten to talk to, I mean, me only very little, but you've gotten to talk quite a lot with his biological father.
I've talked to his stepfather too. Yeah. I've talked to his stepfather as well.
Well, because it takes on such a personal flavor. I mean, when you hear someone heartbroken talking about, you know what I mean? It's like seeing that video in the diner all the time, right? In the restaurant all the time. It's that incredible personal touch. I was talking to somebody earlier who said to me, the justice they wanted to see next year is they want justice in the Brian Koberger and the Luigi Mangione case. And I said, what is justice going to look like? And they said, justice is going to be, they're both going to be exonerated. I mean, this is, you know, the way that some people think, you know, that they think that's what's going to represent. Well, who knows? But, you know, again, innocent until proven guilty, but it is very strange that rooting for the, you know, for the accused is interesting to me. But somebody said that. Does that surprise you, Chris? That somebody said that to me?
Which one?
That somebody said to me that justice was that Koberger and Mangione are both going to be found not guilty.
Well, you know, I think, you know, from an investigative side, the approach to any of the emotional stuff on that is logical for people to come to crazy conclusions. I mean, it's just crazy. But again, you know, we go back to, you know, the simplistic principle here. Number one is, you know, you've got a video of just using the CEO killer. You got a video of him doing the crime. I mean, you know, 10-8, all units cleared.
But it's not him, remember?
It's what?
It's not him.
What the Shaggy defense is, I call it, right? It wasn't me.
Right.
Right. Sod, some other dude. The fact that he had the gun, you know, that's not his either.
Didn't he confess to it too?
It was like a manifesto, you know. But do you see the things they say? You know, oh, the eyebrows don't match.
Yeah.
Well, you know, and I, again, this goes back to, remember when we were talking the other night, this goes back to this idea of what are our cultural compasses anymore? What even, and it didn't matter. I mean, even criminals had a code of conduct.
I know, that's good.
Right? Even amongst themselves. You know, don't kill kids, don't kill women. You know, I mean, it was a no. Okay. But we've shifted. And I get the fact that, you know, let's be honest with each other, right? That the insurance companies in this country are horrific. And the more we know about them, the more we understand, you know, how they, you know, get their profit margins and the board of directors. We shifted from, you know, scientific healthcare back in the 60s to the 70s, and then the 80s. It ended it in the 80s. But there was this shift that came, and now it's, you know, it's a corporate game. And so we all have experienced, you know, healthcare saying, no, we're not paying for that. Okay. We understand that the algorithms, the AI algorithms, you know, they all exist. Okay. That says, no, we're not doing that. People, you know, are managed, you know, perpetual managed care, because that's where they want to eventually get you on the drugs. I saw a whole thing on Tucker Carlson the other day where they had this guy on there, and he was talking about, you know, the average American is on 4, you know, pharmaceutical drugs. Well, I actually know a dear friend of mine who is a CEO of a pharmaceutical company. I'm not going to name the name. And I had lunch with him a while ago. And he told me some things that I just said, wow. Okay. But a lot of what happened in this situation, we get the fact that, you know, this human being took another human being's life. But then what's weird about this one is there's this cheering going on. And it's almost like this shifting of this cultural anger, which is understandable. Okay, we all hate something. And yet at the same time, you know, there's these people out there that are going, you know, yeah. Well, what's the difference if somebody is in Afghanistan and a woman is not wearing a full burqa and somebody takes her to the center of the square and puts a drill in her head, and the rest of the crowd goes, yay, well done. Okay. I think that's a scary proposition to be in this country, in the United States, where we take third world cultural differences and try to nationalize the thought process. And I think we see some of that going on with what's going on with this doctor thing. I mean, don't you?
Well, I feel like the way that I try to, you know, I'm not going to get into what I think about the perpetrator because, you know, Lord knows, you know, I don't feel like talking about him. I think it adds to a thing I don't want to fuel. But I think that, how do I say this? Let's say, for example, Chris or Josh, you decided that there was a predator in prison, a child predator, an awful, evil human being who was about to be incarcerated, and they kind of like slipped the net, and you were convinced that they had done it. And then you decided to take a gun, go to their house, and kill them. I'm sure that part of the population would cheer you for taking justice into your own hands. But the fact of the matter is, for some reason, in this case, people don't see that it is comparable, that you can't just take a gun and go kill somebody just because you see yourself as the judge, jury, and executioner that's ridding the world of a terrible thing. I think you would agree. None of us can go kill somebody who slipped out of a case because of a technicality or got away with murder or whatever. What right do we have?
Well, what I have had for Brandon Wilson demonstrating how he slaughtered Matthew Checky in a bathroom, and then at the conclusion of that, pull my gun out and shoot him in the interview room. Right.
No, I get it. Yeah, exactly. But the other piece of it is there's this what might be called a halo effect, you know, where we think there was an idea in medieval times that beautiful people or good-looking people were morally good, and that morally bankrupt people were ugly. That's why witches, for example, in European artwork are generally hideous, while in some cultures they're depicted as beautiful and seductive. They made them ugly because there was an idea that ugliness came from being bestial and evil, right? And so there is this proclivity to think if somebody is normal looking or nice looking, they can't be bad. Yeah,
Josh,
well, okay.
Josh,
I'm not commenting.
And Kate, we appreciate you saying this, okay? Because now we're going to give you an opportunity to say it even louder. So, Josh, let's. So, a phone number. Josh, are you up for a phone call in here? I want Kate. I want you to take this number. I want to hear your feelings about cheering for Luigi. Okay, and
I'll stay out of it because I just want to watch.
well, yeah, you can stay. That's fine. The phone number is, Josh, can I say the number? Is that yes?
It's an idea.
Yes?
We have a number. Josh sent it to us in the chat.
Yeah, but he's muted.
Yeah, I'm starting it right now. Give me one
Okay.
second.
Well,
So-
but we have to approach it from the angle of that we really want to talk
No,
about.
I want to hear from both sides of the coin. Okay, I'm going to put the phone number up in chat. And then I want to hear, there's the number. Josh will answer it. And we're going to patch you into this conversation on New Year's. And I want to hear, because people are, on the internet, we don't even know if that's her real name. I'm sure it won't be, but we'll find out. And, people just go around, and this is part of what's going on with our culture where a person is lit on fire in a train and people pull their phone out.
I know.
And video it rather than grabbing the person, stop, drop, and roll and trying to put them out. And
we learned something about that case today, Josh, that horrified me. The woman was identified. She was a homeless woman from New Jersey. And what came out was that she had a disability affecting her mobility, so that she was not able to stand up for much of the attack. So that what you saw there was a person that initially was asleep, attacked, and
Lucy, you have the number 2. Call in. I want to hear in 2025. I want to hear these other opinions, whether they're right or wrong. It's nothing to me, right? I don't have a dog in the fight, but I want to hear why you feel this way. I'm really, really sincerely curious as to, that's okay. It doesn't really mean that. Okay, fine. No bullying. Okay, not a problem. And either way, I'm not, me.
I'm going to put it up. We got a call. I don't know who it is, but
yeah, let's put her up.
All right, let's do it.
Hello,
caller.
Hi.
Hi, this is NHL Pens in Montana.
How are you?
Good, how are you guys?
We're doing wonderful. Welcome to the program from Montana. It's so excited to have you here. Do you know?
Yes, I'm really excited. Boring New Year's, and I get to watch you guys. So this is great.
So 70% of all guns in the United States are in Montana. Did you know that? You have the #1 state.
I kind of figured that because people, here we all carry, and it's like, don't mess with us. You're going to get shot.
There you go. Are you Kate Wolf by chance? Or did you just
I'm
grab the
NHL
number
Pens.
and call in?
What's that?
Did you just grab the number and call in, or were you representing Kate Wolf?
No, I just grabbed the number and called in. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure it was a call-in show or what.
Yeah, no worries. But we're glad you're here. What's on your mind?
Oh my gosh! I can't believe that guy set that woman on fire, and nobody did anything.
Was that crazy?
I mean, we live in it. It's pure evil.
Yeah.
It's just the evil.
People do tend to freeze. They do freeze up.
I don't, but I was in law enforcement, so I run to the danger.
Awesome. Where did you serve? What agency?
Missoula County Sheriff's Department back in the 90s.
Nice. Thank you for your service.
Yes. Oh, thank you, Chris. I love listening to you. I love listening to your cop stories. I sit here and I can relate. I'm just laughing.
If they only knew, right?
Oh, yeah. It's some of the things you see, though, like with me, especially the things that involve kids, it still affects me.
Yeah.
Very, very hard.
How do you deal with it? What do you do?
That was so many years ago, and I still will cry once in a while.
That's healthy.
So, yeah, it was hard because there was a little boy who drowned in an irrigation ditch, and I was running all over this neighborhood looking for him, and the neighbors were out looking, and he was the same age as my son, and we found him dead, and he couldn't be revived. And we had to get back in the patrol car and go to another call, and you can't cry. You just have to wait.
Yeah.
So,
were you there?
Mom,
were you there for the Ronald James Ward case? Do you remember the serial killer Ronald James Ward? He was active. I think he was active until like 2000. But he would have been killing at the time you were there. He was in he died in Montana State.
That does not ring a bell.
Oh, it was a pretty famous case. It's interesting because one of the really interesting things about that guy is that he was giving people. He was somebody who he had a father that had syphilis, and that figured into the story a lot. It's an interesting case. Take a look at it. But he was in Montana. I was curious if you had heard about it. And then, of course, there were others. Wayne Nance and Charles Sinclair and a couple of other people. But you had some doozies in terms of criminals there between the 70s and the early 2000s in Montana. I mean,
here.
Yeah, you had some real doozies. I have them in my database of serial killers. I mean, just awful. And I'm not surprised everybody carries.
I actually had in live chat, Chris, I wish someone could solve the Florence, Montana beauty salon murders.
I saw your note.
It was in 2001 or 2002.
Yep. I saw your note.
I have dug, I just go down the rabbit hole and dig everything out. They arrested 2 guys that they thought did it. But then, because they had drug charges, and one was a notorious member of some gang out of Spokane, I believe, and they were running the drugs through the interstate I-90 to here. They let them loose.
I have in my extensive records, I have. Are you talking about Brian Weber and Lincoln Benavides?
Yes.
You talking about the Florence?
Yes.
Yeah, I have it in my listing here. I do.
That's the one.
In case, yeah.
My husband at that time worked in Ravalli County, and I remember he dropped off my stepdaughter, because he had to go to work early.
Yeah.
When that happened.
It was a mass murder. It was actually a mass murder. Yeah, it was a mass murder, right? Because the third victim was killed because she showed up. Dorothy Harris is the name. She showed up, and she had a throat cut.
All 3 of them did. Brenda, Dorothy, and I can't remember the other one's name.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I
live 8 miles away from Florence.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Cynthia.
I, that one will never leave me.
Brenda, Cynthia, and Dorothy.
Is that
Brenda, Cynthia.
right? Right.
Yeah. That was the woman who was getting the manicure when they put them in the closet and killed them. I have it in my database. I'm telling you, my databases are. But it's an interesting case. I have it as unsolved, and it looks like it's been over a couple of decades. You know, that's a case that could be referred to the Cold Case Foundation. There's very infamous unsolved.
You know,
murder.
She's not. I don't have a 410 on the line yet.
But Chris, couldn't that case be referred to the Cold Case Foundation?
Yeah, she had. We have a whole protocol that has to be followed. So yeah, you have to go to the Cold Case Foundation. You'll see submit a case, and you just can't. Not you, obviously, but people just can't. You know,
right now
they have to. We have to have access to documents. You know, a whole bunch of other stuff because that's the only way. But as I promised you in my note earlier in the chat, I'm gonna, take a little of my bandwidth and see if I can, look at something there. But I want to thank you so much for your service, number one, and let you know how much we appreciate you both, for being here. So
and
I want to let another caller come in.
We all appreciate you guys.
All right. Happy New Year. Have a great one. Thank you.
Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year.
Talk to you later. Thank you.
Bye.
Happy New Year. Okay, bye-bye.
It is indeed a fascinating unsolved case and a pretty prominent one. And I mean, mass murders that are unsolved are really interesting to me personally.
Yep.
But I think there would be a lot of people that would potentially, like family members that might want to petition.
Yeah,
the foundation.
They have to do that, Gary, as you know. Right?
Yeah, of course.
We don't have control of that.
You guys
Are
ready?
you there?
Ready?
Kate?
410, Kate, you're on the air.
Oh,
hi. I've never been on the air for anything.
Well, welcome.
Happy New Year.
Welcome. We're so grateful you called in. And we want to hear what your feelings are and your thoughts.
Yeah, everybody be kind in the chat, please.
They will.
I mean, my feelings are it's not to necessarily say that it's justified. I understand why people are upset, but I think the flip side of that is that I think a lot of people interpret a denied claim as an act of violence against them, if that makes sense. Because it's literally life or death for some people.
Yep.
And so I understand why certain people would react the way he did. And also there's this financial devastation that comes with our healthcare system, which feels like violence almost, especially when you could be dying. And so for me, I see the system as violent, the healthcare system, the way it claims can be denied, the devastation it causes people emotionally, financially. And so when I say that I cheer him on, what I mean is that he's an outlier reaction, but I understand it. And especially like some of the things I've read about him, like he's in his 20s, he's unable to have sex, like because of the pain he was in. So, and I don't know his full story, obviously, and it will come out and maybe I'm wrong, but I can understand why someone like that would interpret a denied claim as violence against him and perhaps respond with violence. That's what I mean.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. And I think many people agree with you. There's no question about that, right? But how do we, in your, like you said, you don't necessarily agree with the way it went down, but and always correct me if I'm wrong here, okay? feel free to say, no, that's not what I'm feeling. Okay. But at the same time, where do you think society, as a functioning society, what possibly could be next if society cheers on, the taking out of CEOs from companies that there's no question that people can interpret, the violence aspect of this, right? From, being denied claims, et cetera. But at what point do we say as a society that, we shouldn't be doing that? Because it's almost like a self-defense. Huh?
The way I would respond would be to say, well, we've normalized killing people quietly by denying their claims. At what point do we stop that? That's how I would answer your question.
Okay, that's a great response. But at the same time, people have been, destroying lives for centuries. And not only in this country, but in a world, in a world view, right? And Josh, what are you going to?
I also think there's a difference between somebody getting denied. Like, I'm not saying that, when people get denied coverage and they get sick and they die, there's a difference between somebody getting cancer and dying than somebody walking up on the street with a gun and shooting somebody. There's a difference.
But is there?
Yes, there is.
Well, let me just say that. Well, Kate. First of all, I want to say that I think it took a lot of bravery for you to come into the Lions Den and make this call, because the truth is that you're harboring a feeling that I think a lot of people harbor, and they don't have the chutzpah, come and talk about it on a show with, that's going to be seen by tens of thousands of people, maybe more. So I think that takes a lot. But what I would say is this: the problem I have with this whole thing is that he was not denied anything. He had no claims to United Healthcare. In other words, this is a guy who was about to get like a $60 million trust. He could buy and sell both of us. When they arrested the guy, he had dropped like a $275 bag in the park, and it had like Starbucks. And in other words, the notion of him as an anti-capitalist that was like standing up like Robin Hood is kind of a myth. In other words, you have to ask yourself, and I'm not saying that I know this to be true, I'm only putting it out there as a possibility. Isn't it possible that this is just a person who had never had life say no to him, that had never had to take no for an answer because of privilege, and then came up against something that said no, that he had a problem, and something came up against it that said no, and his attitude was, that's not fair. That's not fair. Nobody says no to me, And then to give it a kind of veneer of respectability and nobility, you wrap it up in a manifesto and you say you're doing it for the people. But isn't it possible that it was just completely selfish and narcissistic? In other words, the idea that he cares about you is probably fantasy land. And that's what I'm trying to say to you is that I think what's happening culturally is that people are so hungry for that kind of figure. They feel so disenfranchised, so that the world is so stacked against them that they want to believe that there's someone out there like a kind of a Batman that's going around that's going to kill the bad guys and whatever. But the reality is that ain't this guy. That's the point.
That's how.
And I think that's how I would frame it, is that where I think there's a humanity to what you're saying is, it's beautiful that you hunger and thirst after righteousness, that you don't like what's unfair. That's a beautiful thing. But I guess what I'm saying is, until the facts come out and we understand like what this guy's real motive was, I wouldn't be putting him on any pedestals. I think that the reality is probably going to come out that this was motivated by something a lot more selfish. Because in my mind, people that are motivated by the lofty and the godly.
Well, I want to hear what she said. I want to hear her response to your
And I'd like to hear if you guys agree.
Kate, go ahead. What do you think?
So go ahead, Kate.
From
do you
what?
I guess I relate to him a lot because I also was a valedictorian and went to an Ivy League school.
Interesting.
And I also feel my response to you specifically is that just because it didn't happen to him doesn't mean it doesn't hurt him.
Oh,
So you think he's altruistic, not selfish, but altruistic. So he did this. He gave up his freedom. He may go to jail, may lose his life because he cares so deeply about other people. And an altruistic person. Now, this is an example of cognitive dissonance. How do you reconcile somebody having so much empathy that they could put a bullet in the back of another person? How do you reconcile the two pieces of information? Because he didn't know this guy from Adam.
But he knew him on another level, if that makes sense. He symbolized something that hurts a lot of people.
So he projected onto him a certain thing. But that man may or may not have adhered to that archetype that was being projected onto him. That's it. So I
don't think it was projected onto him. He was CEO of the company. It wasn't a projection. It was him.
Mm-hmm. But how was he? Well, I guess what I'm asking you is, if somebody is empathic and
by his very role,
right?
And you think that his role deserves death because he's the CEO of an insurance company.
Right, because the insurance company also saves some people.
Right.
Some people get the no, but some people also get the yes.
Correct.
So you're also killing the person that has it's like killing the doctor because they sometimes screw up and somebody dies, but then you throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? Because they also have saved lives. In other words, I don't get it. But I appreciate. Let me be clear.
I think you're missing what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I must be missing.
You're missing what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question, Kate.
But let her explain.
Yeah, respond. I'm sorry.
No, good. If you could re-explain what I'm missing.
Oh, I guess our system hurts so many people, and it's not one person, it's not hundreds, it's not thousands, it's not hundreds of thousands, it's millions are homeless, bankrupt, fighting for their houses while they're very ill with cancer. It's a violent system. Do you agree with that?
I think that there's a lot of unfairness in the system. It's true, but that doesn't. I don't see the leap to that people need to arm themselves and go out and fight the people who emblematize that unfairness. You fight it through voting.
But do you think that's a violent system or a gentle system?
I think that systematized unfairness and aggression is disgusting. But I don't take the John Brown approach that you arm people to kill the people that have systematized that. That it's like when John Brown, who preceded the Civil War, did that, right? Slavery is unfair, so let's put weapons in the hands of people and they'll kill their owners and we'll start a race war. And then, in other words, that wasn't right either. In other words, you can't do evil that good will come of it. That's the idea. Once you resort to doing evil, then you're on the same level as the evil person. So you can't say you're killing people, so you must die. Like that. That's not a justification. In this country, we have the capacity to vote and get people out of power and change policy, and it moves slowly, but we hope that it moves in the direction of justice. But I think once you get into vigilantism and all that, what it means is that people feel that their votes don't mean anything. And I think that's exactly what happened. I think the timing of this guy is that he was, I think, probably affected by the election. And, because look at when
he comes before killing the guy. I think the election left him feeling disenfranchised. And I think a lot of people identify with that, but they can't go out and kill people because of it. And I think that's your point, Chris, isn't it? That, you know, that once you resort to doing the same thing, you're on the level of, even if you think the other person's immoral, you can't do the same thing. I mean, maybe it's wrong,
but I, you know, to Kate's point, I think, and I respect, you know, her calling in here at the
of course,
same
I
time.
think it took a lot of nerve.
Right. And, you know, because she feels this. This is how she feels.
Passionate, yeah.
And you have every right in the world to feel the way you feel. But one of the compasses measuring points that I'm curious to ask you is, how do you feel about killing murderers? Who
Like I
have
was saying earlier. Yeah, right.
like the death penalty, who have murdered?
Are you asking me? I didn't know if you were
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
rhetorical or-
Those who are on death row, how do you feel about
Mhm.
the state killing them?
In theory, I'm fine with it, but in practice, it's so unfair. I'm really not okay with it, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like there's a lot of convictions that are overturned. It makes me nervous that we're executing innocent people. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And this is, I guess, so then I want to explore
So
this a
I
little
guess,
bit.
like, I'm against it, but not because of the killing. I'm against it because I think we're getting it wrong in a lot of places, and it's unequally applied to people who aren't white, and it's also unequally applied in certain states.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but let's say that this person,
You know.
let's say that this person was convicted, they admitted it to their crimes, they're on death row, they're going to be executed. Are you fine with that?
Well, we all know that, we're true crime people, we all know that confessions don't necessarily mean,
Okay, say there's
so-
a confession with DNA and everything else. Say let's just say it's a slam dunk, because not everybody that's on death row
Slam
is
dunk.
innocent. Yeah. Tommy Lynn Sells was
I mean,
executed.
it always is contextual, but in theory, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
But all cases are different. You know what I mean? But in practice, it makes me nervous because we get things wrong enough.
But
I don't want innocent people being killed.
Let me finish my thought process to dovetail into finishing the thought here. Okay. So we take these circumstances of a man with a family, children, 2 sons, walking down the street in Manhattan, and somebody sneaks up behind him and executes him. And the state says that's a death penalty. Okay.
Mhm.
Does the state take into consideration your position, do you think? Or do they see it? Does the
Not sure
law?
if I understand.
Huh?
I'm not sure I understand, but again, my response would be, why isn't he charged for what he propagates in our society?
Right, but he's
Financial ruin,
He's
home,
dead.
people living in their cars.
I agree with you, Kate. But
We
he's
don't
dead.
hear from the millions of people who die. And I think that's what a lot of people are feeling is, okay, well, he shot in broad daylight, but this guy walking down the Manhattan street with his family has killed a lot of people not on camera, who also have families, who also had houses, are now financially devastated because
I totally agree.
you know?
I totally agree. But in that philosophy or in that theory, then why don't we go back to 1939? What color are your eyes? May I ask?
Green.
Did you know if you had green eyes, you would go to the gas chamber?
I'm
Is
lost.
that you're lost? Well, okay. In Auschwitz,
I'm lost. Are you saying that? So, are you guys just basically saying violence is, you're just saying that like violence is unacceptable in a civilized
No,
society.
violence is
basically. Any-
justified, but it has to be
unless
balanced
it's
with.
state sanctioned.
No, violence is justified, but it has to be balanced with mercy. Okay. Violence is not justified, just like anybody who stood in the lines at Auschwitz. That violence is unjustified, but they were still told to stand in the line. So that argument has been in existence, for quite some time. What you're saying.
Well, I mean, everything you're saying though is what this CEO did, what their company does. You stand in line. You yes, you no, you right, you left, you gas, you live for a little while longer, and then go on a death march. I mean, it's the same thing. So I'm not following your argument.
No, it's not the same thing because the position that you're taking is you're equating and keep me honest here. You're justifying the fact that this guy made corporate decisions to take away human life. Okay. And
you're saying that human life is you're saying that human life is a corporate decision.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that human life.
Yeah, you are. You just said that. You just said making corporate decisions is different from human life.
I think he's talking about the company itself. He's talking about the company.
Right.
Let me see if I could clear
But you're separating it from human life. And what we're saying is that it's not separate.
Yeah, but life is not fair. Would you agree with that? And two wrongs do not make a right. We have a line in the middle of the do you drive? May I ask, Kate? Do you drive? You're probably a great driver, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the purpose?
Clean record.
I bet. What's the purpose of the yellow broken line?
Do you have insurance on your car? No, I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Absolutely.
What's the purpose of the yellow broken line in the middle of the road?
That was a good question, Joe.
You can pass.
Well,
you can pass.
Right, but those yellow lines represent the law. Would you agree?
I do, but I also think there's room for violence in society.
I'm going to listen to you.
And you don't.
Oh, okay. Well, I do. I'm trying to. Okay, and so go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The yellow broken line represents various opinions that argued in a legislative session. That somebody said, hey, before we had these yellow lines, cars used to collide with each other. They used to just hit each other. And then somebody said, well, how are we going to determine who's at fault? And both arguments in the House of Legislation, they argued and each, and said, well, let's come up with a solution. And the solution was, let's put these yellow lines in the middle. And that way, one car will stay to the right and one car will stay to the left. And if a car from the right crosses over and they collide, okay, then we'll know that person was at fault. So in your thought process and in your position, and hundreds of thousands like you, I'm sure of it. Okay. What happens if you erase the line on the road? Who's at fault?
I get that you're saying that if we allow vigilantism, there's going to be chaos in society and a breakdown of civilization. I see where you're going.
Do you disagree?
I understand what you're saying.
You disagree?
I don't disagree, but I also understand why in the heat of the moment, somebody might, and by heat of the moment, I don't mean like a literal moment. I mean a month or 6 months. It can build up inside of someone who's suffering.
Correct.
For whatever reason, physically, or he sees other people and he just does it.
Yeah, but now, Kate, if you don't mind, I want to jump in before that very interesting point is lost.
Yeah, sure.
In the New Evil, one of the things we did that I think was very novel
Michael had started the work and then we built on it together in the Neville, is that in laying out the crimes the way we did, what we showed was that people who do things literally in the heat of the moment are more like you're describing. But once in the cool light of reason, a person takes months or weeks to plan, that takes narcissism, psychopathy, or sadism. Once you, in the cool light of reason, can hold off and say, I'm going to kill that guy in a few days, it means that there's a cruelty or a resentment in the individual where they're now thinking cool, that in a callous, detached way, are not thinking with their emotions. I do not see this as a situation where a person flipped out emotionally, or it would have happened the same day he had the emotional reaction. So that's the first thing, and they don't tend to get that, and they don't tend to get that. Well, hold on. I want to hear that. So please let me just. So the first thing is the planning is very suggestive of a person who had an aberrant something going on with his personality, and the second thing is that you have to understand that most of those people, unless they're narcissists that see themselves as like dying on the altar of a cause, and they're all narcissists. Those types, they don't tend to give a flying leap about other people, really. The idea is you put it in that coat to make it seem like it's justified, when it really is you're mad at dad, or you're mad at the family, or you're mad at something.
Yeah.
The public elevates you to something higher. For example, after the Civil War, there were whole swaths of the country that elevated John Wilkes Booth to a hero for killing Lincoln. I mean, can you imagine? But John Wilkes Booth was a raging narcissist who was essentially an actor who was used to being the center of attention, and drank himself into misery and resentment about the ego wound of the South losing, and thought that by doing this he was going to achieve the ultimate fame. He didn't give a flying leap about any cause. He was a narcissist. So what I'm saying is, I think what's sad about it is a lot of people are going to be disillusioned, I think, to find out that this guy was not their hero, number one. And the other point that I think is important to make, that I think Chris was getting at, is this. It is one thing for a person to be put on trial. Remember that Luigi Mangione is getting a fair trial in this country. He's going to get a trial. If he's innocent, he'll walk. But the CEO didn't get a trial. What happened to him was that somebody made his mind up about him and declared himself judge, jury, and executioner, if he's guilty, right? Declared himself judge, jury, and executioner, went out and did what he did. And that's very...
So did United Healthcare. People don't get fair...
You're talking about a private company. You're not talking about the government lining people up and saying, you are dead, you can live, you can die, you can live. That's not what this is.
That is what that is.
It's actually not, though, because it's a private company. Are you telling me that a man walking up to another man...
and they're choosing who lives and dies. They're choosing who lives and dies.
But they're not
What
choosing,
is the difference?
But they're not choosing who gets sick. The insurance company does not choose who gets sick. And by the way, they approve people as well. They don't just deny.
Yeah, but if you look at their record, it's horrendous.
They're one of the higher denied companies. I understand that, but what I'm telling you is that it's a private. You don't have, but you can go to another one as well. You're allowed to.
Not when you're already at. Okay, but
it sounds like you
get the point. You're sitting here saying that.
I'm sitting here saying that a man walking up to another man and shoots him in the back is cold-blooded murder. It's not the same as denying somebody.
But what I'm saying, it can be. Do you know how many people are homeless now because of medical bills?
So who do we shoot for that?
Well, United Healthcare shot them.
Homeless people?
It's a metaphor.
I understand.
You understand?
I
Does
understand.
that make sense?
I understand the metaphor, but what I'm saying is, so what about, okay, so say the CEO is not the one that's making all the calls. Say there's people below him, the adjusters or whatever you want to say, and they say, hey, we have to deny you for this reason. Do they deserve to die too?
But that's not what happened. He worked his way up through the company.
Yeah, but he didn't
He
sit
was
there and
that company.
but he didn't sit there and go, there are other people that work at this company that make decisions. He's not the only person that makes these decisions. They don't take every single
He's
claim
the
to him.
CEO.
Right, but they don't take every single claim to him.
Yeah,
and go,
but he worked. Come on, he
apply,
set up
deny.
those policies. They picked him because he made them more money. That's how you pick a CEO.
Okay.
So here, let's just change that. Let's have a paradigm shift for a second. Just a paradigm shift. Your plane, your flight gets canceled and you're stuck in Chicago O'Hare in a snowstorm for 4 or 5 days. We start whacking people for that too?
Oh, come on. Now you're not being fair.
Why? It's the same
That's
principle.
not fair at all.
It's
think
the same principle.
But I think what just Kate, to make sure that we understand what you're saying, I think what Kate is trying to say is that she doesn't, and she says we. I think she means the whole world of people who believe this. It sounds, Kate, what you're saying is that you don't view this as a personal cause homicide. You see this more like a person who sees himself like in a war against an evil force. So as a consequence, from a certain perspective, he would be like the soldier that takes out the enemy. And from that side, the enemy has done evil and it's justified war. And this is a person that has achieved an end that feels like a moral victory. Is that the idea? Is that what you're saying? You don't see it as a person who did this for his own reasons, but who thinks he's in some kind of epic moral battle. And as a consequence,
I see him as, oh God, I see him as, I think I agree with you that like he's gonna turn out to be troubled, narcissistic, all the things, right?
I don't know, but
at the same time,
yeah, right, possible.
or there's going to be something, but at the same time, I think there's some people who think he's just a straight up hero, Robin Hood, whatever. But for me, I don't cheer him specifically, but I cheer that somebody, because we've tried to change the healthcare system for so long, and so many people are quietly going bankrupt, being homeless, not able to access the healthcare they want. That, like, for me, it's more of like, something has to be done because there's millions and millions and millions of people deeply suffering, and the people around them are affected by it. And so I just see, I'm okay with it. I just am. I think the American system, I've lived all over the world.
Yeah.
I've lived all over the world and experienced many different healthcare systems, and our system is violent. It's unfair. To me, it's evil. You want to talk about evil?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong about that. But let me ask you an important question. First of all, I think that the essence of your anger in this situation is actually beautiful. The fact that you feel that there is unfairness towards people that are undomiciled, people that are not getting health care, all of that, that's a very beautiful thing that makes you that angry. Nothing wrong with that. That's a desire for justice, and that's well placed. The question is, what do you do to fight that? Do you volunteer somewhere? Do you donate? In other words, how are you fighting the fight? If you can't do it through the cudgel and a gun, how are you doing it yourself? How do you fight those forces? Because you're so passionately against them. What do you do? I'm fascinated to hear, because anyone who's got that degree of heart must be doing something, right? I mean, so because it sounds like you feel so helpless that you view this guy as heroic for going out and so what's your share of the fight?
I want to be clear that I don't see him as a hero. I see his actions as what's the right word? Let me think.
Justified?
No, that's not the right word. The word would be,
I'm glad to hear that.
yeah, I mean, some people are going around like he's a hero and all that. I don't see it that way. I see it as the tip of the spear of something needs to change, needs to be done, but I can't think of the right word.
It's like
So
the-
it really is like John Brown. It really is like John Brown in the Civil War, because in the North, remember that they called him the meteor of the war. That he drew into public consciousness a thing that we then had to go to war over. In the South, he was considered lower than low, garbage.
That's not
Right. So that's how you see him.
Yeah.
He's a John Brown
kind of
figure.
what I mean.
Okay.
Kind of like that. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Because I don't think as any American should be okay with the way we're treated by our health system now. It's horrendous.
Right.
Horrendous.
Well, I hope Kennedy can fix it.
I guess, yeah, he's the meteor. Is that what you're saying? What was the word? He's the meteor.
You see him as the meteor of
And I'm not saying like
tells what's coming. In other words, you see him as a harbinger of a new kind of movement of not taking this lying down that you're feeling. So, but the problem is, of course,
right either.
Oh, well, I think, and I really want you to answer that question from my own heart, is I would like to think that there is a way in which you are fighting this, which is not obviously taking a gun and killing someone. There has to be some small scale way that if you have that passion, you're going and doing something. And I think, see, that's beautiful. That's what you got to do.
Can I ask you a question really quick?
Please.
Kate, without specifics or any detail, have you or somebody known been affected by the healthcare system where it cost them their life?
Yes.
Okay. I got you. All right. I mean,
and I have neighbors. I have a neighbor who might die because she's not getting coverage, and it's not an uncommon experience,
That's true.
that I've seen where I live.
I understand that.
And so I guess in the comments when I was saying I cheer him, maybe that was the wrong language. I don't know him, I don't know.
Sure.
But I think
You were passionate. That's what happened.
sometimes acts need to happen. I don't even know if I have the right language, but sometimes acts have to happen to get things moving, like Gary said.
So
and
that's how you see it. Yeah.
I hope for our country. I hope for our country that things really change, because it's really horrendous what's happened. I mean, I know so many people in my community who suffer due to lack of care, and suffering meaning physically, emotionally, psychologically, if they need mental health care, financially, etc. And I've lived in England where the healthcare is free, and you often have to wait a little bit longer, but it's humane. I've lived in Southeast Asia where the healthcare is free, and their healthcare system is better than ours. We're the richest country on earth. So, yeah,
we agree on that. We agree that you have a right. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think we.
No, you shouldn't go out and murder anybody that you don't agree with.
Good.
But at the same time, sometimes things need to happen to get change.
It's interesting. On one side of the coin, you say we don't need to murder, but then you go, and then you offset it with some things need to happen. What are those some things? What's the solution?
Yeah.
Continue to shoot CEOs? Because you can't have it both ways.
Chris.
Huh?
What's the solution? Just normalize denying people? I mean, you're saying it's so horrible to kill CEOs. What
Yes,
I'm saying is it's so horrible to deny people's health care, put them in financial ruin, make them live in their car. You know,
I get
So
that
why is
piece
it
of it.
okay
My
to
mother had stage 4 cancer
to, like,
when I was
rant
12.
and rage
Okay,
about how horrible it is?
let me,
You know, he shot a guy in the street.
okay,
But he's
let
killing,
me
his
educate
company is
you.
killing people every day.
Okay, let me educate you on my life. My mother had stage 4 cancer when I was 12 years old. Okay, my son has Crohn's disease. He wears a colostomy bag. My daughter had Guillain-Barré at 17. Okay. I know the healthcare system. Trust me. We have been denied.
And it sucks.
And it sucks. But I don't agree with the concept of going out and shooting people. Whether we agree or disagree with that, that is thought process from 1933 to 1939 in Europe. And by the way, I also lived in Japan for 3 years. Okay. I speak Japanese, so I'm familiar with the Asian system as well. We've been, all around the world. My dad was in the military for 31 years. So trust me, I've lived all over the world like you, and I've yet to see a healthcare system or a people living under a healthcare system where they go, you know what, today, let's plan the next shooting of another human being because he denied my mom, critical care. Now, did I want to do that? I'm sure when I was younger, of course, the thought process probably crossed my mind. My father was killed by the state in Florida. Okay? So I get where you're coming from, but it's not really justified when we add but something has to be done, i.e. violence. That is not the solution. That is taking us backwards, in my opinion. Okay. But at the same time, I think
I disagree with you.
Well, that's fine. And that's okay. So you're going to shoot me?
No, I think Kate feels helpless.
I know I'm saying that figuratively. Yeah. She knows that too. She's an intelligent woman.
But she feels helpless.
But that attitude is exactly what causes people to break. That's what causes people to break. And that's what happened with him. He didn't have a dog in the fight. He saw everybody else. He saw all their fights and said, you know what? I'm just going to, transfer my behavior into that fight and I'm going to take them on. There's nothing worse than standing over.
He was just a highly sensitive person.
I am.
Who was bothered by what he saw. And, we don't know.
I'm a highly sensitive person, and I've stood over, many dead prostitutes.
That's not
well, I've never said, you know what, she deserved the death penalty because of her lifestyle or anything close to it.
Okay, but that's what but you're so focused on Luigi, and you continually make it about him killing the CEO. What about all the people the CEO has killed and his company by not approving things they should have?
That's a great point.
A horrendous appeal process when they're ill.
Okay, that's a great point. That's a great point. But here's the counter thought process to that. Okay, Kate, and is this idea that says, "Hey, you know what? We just saw this guy on video. Shoot that guy." Okay. Now, society hasn't seen some of the points that you're making, and they're valid points that these companies should not be hammering the public or those who are deathly ill. It shouldn't be happening. I agree with you. Okay. But what's worse is we're witnessing violence in our society on the streets. I mean, we're in this digital age. Okay. Violence, quite frankly, that's always been going on, but law enforcement, doctors, lawyers, and folks probably like yourself have seen it behind the scenes. But now we're seeing it in public, and we're actually picking teams as a society. We're picking a team team this, team that. Do you feel that that's detrimental to where we're headed into 2025?
I'm frightened, Chris,
I am too.
that what
But I applaud her bravery. I applaud her intelligence. I applaud your position. And we can agree to disagree. That's okay. The world needs more of that.
Yeah.
But you and I and Dr. Gary and Josh talking tonight, having an open, honest conversation about it, it
Right.
doesn't mean we dislike each other at the conclusion of this. In fact, I hope you will stay with us, but you represent a thought.
I
As
hope you will stay with you guys. I love you guys.
Oh,
I love listening to you. I wrote a long time ago that I feel like Dr. Brucato is like my intellectual soulmate in some ways when I listen to him. It's like,
he's amazing.
I love you guys.
because you know what it is, Kate. This is what I think as I'm listening to you. I think what it is that you feel like many people do, that the unfairness has gotten so out of hand that everything is now helpless. There's nothing left except for a revolution or something like that. And I think that's what you're saying is that it's like it gets into that Augustinian kind of question of justified war. And and I understand that. I absolutely understand that. But I think that what I was happy about was that we got to a place in the conversation where you did say, I do feel people can't be going out killing people over. You just were trying to say you could empathize with why somebody might snap and do that. What I'm concerned about is what happens when all these people put this guy on a pedestal and the truth comes out that he probably didn't give a flying leap about any of you. Then what? And, then what? Just another person who was a privileged brat, just like the people that people think he was trying to overthrow? See what I'm saying? Because my guess is he was just another privileged.
I do, but I also think everybody in that company was a privileged brat, and the shareholders who let it happen are privileged brats. So I feel like everything is flipped around, and it should be flipped around.
Yeah, but the whole point is, if it's privileged brats against privileged brats, that has nothing. They don't care about you and me. None of them do. And I think the need to think that somebody was a beacon that was, that's like a false prophet. Forget about that. The reality is
that way. I don't even feel like
right, because it's nonsense. And I'm so happy that you agree with that. All I'm saying is, if you have passion, go out and do something that isn't against the law. Do something to make a difference in one life. Even the fact that you have the neighbor, for example, suffering in that way, going over, showing love, showing care, bringing food, bringing gifts, giving money, spending time, you're already healing some of that being thrown under the bus by the insurance company. And that's all you could do. You got to go at it, because otherwise you're just adding to the pool of darkness. Him going out and killing somebody, what does that mean? I want to be as powerful as the people who have the power.
Why are you so focused on what he did? My question is, why are you so focused on what he did and not on what the CEO and the company is
Oh, no, I'm saying they're all wrong.
doing?
They're all wrong. That's the point.
Here's the other side of that, Kate. Why do you not see his children in your argument?
I don't understand. I don't.
Well,
I mean,
why do you not see?
He has
Why do you not
children
see
who are valuable.
But wait a minute. Why do you not see the CEO's children, but you see the
Because
Luigi,
I see all the kids
everything
of
that he's
people
done as
who claim he did not.
angelical, huh? Because
I
what?
see the children of all the people who I see the. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm
Do
listening.
you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we're listening.
It's because I see the kids of the millions of people whose claims he's denied, who he's made bankrupt, et cetera, who've died because they didn't have care.
So you're okay with adding two more? You're okay with adding two more? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
I feel like you guys are like making these sweeping generalizations and then like pinning them on me and making me refute them.
Wait one second here. I think that
I
you're
think
doing
that's a
that
fair
too.
point, Kate. That's fair.
But I think that you're kind of painting with a broad brush as well. Like you're saying, well, why are you so focused on this? We're talking about this specific act, that it was wrong what he did. That's how I feel about it. But I get what you're saying about the healthcare system. I don't even disagree with you. You know, there's a quote that says, lessons not learned in blood are soon forgotten. I get it, but this isn't what he did. Is not going to get your neighbors.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any damn difference.
Exactly. I got to close the line down though, because we're running out of time here.
Yeah.
Thank you for calling,
I just
though.
want to say that, like, there are places in civilization for violence. There always has been.
Okay,
Well,
you just
history,
but you just summed up everything I said, going back to 1933 to 1939 in 2 seconds in your closing statement. Okay, everything you just said.
you use violence as your job.
Well, no, I
very
don't. I
position
don't. But the greatest tool a law enforcement has. No, a greatest tool a law enforcement has in any way, shape, or form is the chair and the ability to talk, just like you and I are doing.
I know, but what I'm saying is that you
how many people, but I can't tell you how many people I've talked off of bridges who have held guns to their heads, knives to their wrists.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, I know, but you're equating violence as a solution. Violence is never a solution. Violence is a self-defense mechanism. That is the solution. And this was not self-defense. This was a man walking down a street, and he was shot from behind from somebody who had a grudge that does not care about you and does not care about me. He doesn't. He does. And if you were in the background, if you were in the background standing behind him that morning and you got shot, guess what? He didn't care. He didn't care because luckily there were no innocent people on the street that morning. Other than, the person that ran.
Yes, this wasn't self-defense in the narrow legal term, but there is self-defense in a larger sense. We want these companies out.
Well, that's fine.
We want
free
healthcare for everyone.
You have the wherewithal to do that.
And don't snort at me.
Don't buy their stock.
But you can't snort at me and say there's no room in violence
healthcare
when your whole job was violent.
No, my whole job wasn't violent. My whole job was to prevent violence. Remember, law enforcement gets called.
I know, but you carry a gun.
Wait a minute. I want to educate you because you're putting words in my mouth. Violence occurs.
Is carrying a gun a violent act?
Wait a minute. Violence occurs. People pick up the phone and call 911. Law enforcement responds to fix the violence. That's why we go. You don't call 911. Did you call 911 ever in your life? Okay.
But what I'm saying, Chris, is the act of carrying a gun is violent.
No, it's not.
Right?
No, it's to defend yourself.
Wait a minute. Well, then the act of carrying a scalpel as a heart doctor, is violent too. It's the same analogy that you're bringing to the table here. Okay.
It's not.
Well, then the grease inside the fry machine, is violence because it's cooking the fries. Guns are very rarely used by law enforcement in this country. Very rarely used. And guess when they are used? When somebody is shooting at people like you. Just like that guy.
Not always.
Yeah, absolutely. The CEO was getting shot. If you were standing behind him and there was a law enforcement officer there and he wanted to protect your life, I think that just like a heart surgeon using a scalpel for heart surgery, he would have got in there. But thank you so much for your
Chris,
opinion.
What you do
is
great. but you're wrong about violence in police. I think there's
No.
some really good police, but my experience of police and everyone I know not been good. So I hope
Well,
that
Well, I don't know
again,
if you're wrong. I
I-
mean, it's an opinion, right?
yeah, again, yeah, are there bad cops? Of course there are. Are there bad bus drivers? Absolutely. You know, and it's kind of like,
those bus drivers don't have weapons and the ability to put you in jail.
They can run you over with a bus.
I wouldn't be surprised
true.
if I wouldn't be surprised in the Mangione case and in a lot of cases where people have resentment of authority figures. We find out that
Hey, the line, I got to shut the line down.
it was really a parental dynamic that was being projected onto those failed years of authority. And I think that drama will play
Anyway.
out. But anyway, so this was a really interesting conversation. I
it was a
think
great conversation. Thank you.
you became an emblem of many people.
No, what
So
she did
I think it was very powerful. And
it was awesome. Great.
Next call.
hey, Josh, you have to go out.
Yeah, I do.
You mean end the show completely, or you just?
I don't have any more. There's no more calls.
Okay.
She's awesome.
I
And,
thought
Very
thank
interesting
you for
conversation.
calling tonight. We're grateful. And then everything that she put out there is way people are thinking today.
Mhm.
You know, and I guess that's important to listen to. I think the 80s changed a lot of things in this country when they shut down all the mental health facilities. Isn't that interesting that that's coming back? That it's coming full circle now. You know, one of the most dangerous cities in this country is Kensington, Pennsylvania. There were some statistics that came out recently. Kensington, Pennsylvania, where the drug problem, the fentanyl problem has nothing to do with insurance companies, by the way. Okay. It has everything to do with personal choice. Okay.
Do you guys want to take some more calls? I mean, we can.
If you have one, I mean, it's New Year's.
I love doing them, but the thing is, if you have to do something, that's fine.
It's fine. We can take some more calls.
Right. I mean, I just one thing I had wanted to say about that, and it's the only comparison I could think of, is there are a lot of mass shooters, especially school shooters, that do what they do because they were bullied and they kill their bullies. And I don't ever hear people say that guy was a hero because all he did was kill the bullies. Somebody has to stand up to these people. You know, they bully people and get away with it every day. And this kid couldn't take it anymore, and he took a gun and killed them. Good. You don't hear that. But it's the only comparable scenario in my mind is that idea of a person who looks at it and kind of goes, they were just standing up to an evil, disenfranchising group. And but I think, Chris, it's hard because the passion that underlies the anger is very fair. It really is a matter of how do you handle it? What's the solution? But to be upset about it is very fair.
But look at the
True.
Towards the end here, right? Towards the end of the conversation, it was a very intellectual conversation.
She's brilliant. You know, she was a very intelligent woman. Very intelligent.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
However, then the equation leaps to, but you have a gun, so you're violent as a law enforcement officer. Okay, I mean that's like saying every time you see a soldier, you say, "Oh, that guy's a baby killer," you know, from the 60s. That kind of narrow thinking is very dangerous to our society, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. And you know, because statistically, law enforcement officers aren't shooting people in this country. That's a myth. It's been proven 1,000 times over.
Right.
But the argument is, yes, they are. Okay. And you know, that's what's driving this concept, in my opinion, part of it. Okay. You know, when I can remember going on many calls where women have, you know, and I'm just talking about domestics, where somebody has been beaten so bad. And I literally had a call one night where it was a domestic. The neighbor called, said she's being killed in there. We get there, and it was a piece of glass on the side of the window of the front door. And I look through, and this guy is on top of his wife, and he is pounding her head into the floor of this apartment building.
Dear Lord.
We kicked the door in. In California, they call that 844. Exigent circumstances. You can kick the door in. We kicked the door in, my partner and I go in, I jump on him and hook him up. Clint, who was my partner at the time, gets her and picks her up. And as we're escorting him out, you can't make this stuff up. As we're escorting him out of the apartment, she hits me in the back of the head with a frying pan. I mean, birds, the whole thing,
Like
right?
Right.
She nailed me in the back of the head with a frying pan.
Ow.
Right? And so now we have to arrest her. Okay. And so we hook her up.
Was it clean?
Huh?
Was it clean? Did somebody just cook bacon in it or something?
Probably.
Yeah.
You know, I'm Irish. I've been hitting the head with bricks, rocks. I had a crystal ashtray, a frying pan one night. I had a guy answer the door. He had remember the Ginzu knives?
Oh, yeah.
Remember the Ginzu? He stuck it right over his heart. And he says, if you come into my house, I'm going to drive this right through my chest. Okay. Anyway, long story short, we get everybody out there and she turns to me and goes, why were you so violent? And so maybe when she said that, it was it brought back a thought. And I was like, wait a minute. I just saved your life. You know, he was about a minute away from killing you. And you just hit me in the head with a frying pan.
That bacon.
So how does this equate?
Well, because Chris, what I think she was saying, if I understood, I think what she was saying, because it got kind of lost in there for a minute. I think what she meant was that perhaps this killer might be seen as the equivalent of a cop, a gatekeeper, a guy that is armed and going out and doing something because he thinks he's protecting the common good the way a cop does, and that a cop is empowered in that same way. Now, of course, this comparison is, okay, thank you for the but I mean, that's right. I don't know what to say about that one, but that's all right as long as I don't have a head like Aunt Edna. But I kind of think that I think that's what she was trying to say, was that that there are ways in which society, in order to be safe, have to empower some people with aggressive ability, and she sees them as that.
And I understand that.
But the problem is that you keep hitting that same wall of, but you're not deputized.
Well, the thing is, we couldn't get past a certain point. The conversation was fine. It was just we would get to a certain point and then it would revert back. It was just kind of circular. And I understand.
Because it's emotional. It comes from
it is.
Knowing someone who's been disenfranchised or hurt and whatever, and then it gets personal. But thank God, at the end of the day, the caller, who I think like most people, would hit the wall and say, okay, but I wouldn't go out and kill someone.
Sure, right.
That's the kind of, so, and I think, thank God. But I thought that was a very powerful call. Now, people are asking in the chat if they call in, if they have to talk about that case. No. I actually hope they don't. I would like to talk about something else. So I think that opening the line, we're basically saying talk about whatever you want.
Yeah, and Chris, before we finish tonight, will you show everybody your 4-leaf clover tattoo on your lower back?
Yeah, nice try.
Caller, go ahead. You're on the air.
I don't have any tattoos for anybody.
You're on the air, caller.
Hello.
Hi. My name's Tara. Can you hear me?
Tara. Hi, Tara. How you doing?
Hi. Hey guys, I'm super excited. This is like one of my favorite YouTube channels on the planet.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you guys too.
But I really wanted to call in because I feel like I have like a mind change about this whole topic with the CEO and the shooting thing. Like
Okay.
I was definitely in her camp initially, and I definitely understand what she was saying, and I agree that she is saying what a lot of people feel. And my position was originally like, you know, if a parent goes and shoots the pedophile that hurts their kid, I understand why they did that. It's not right, but I understand, right?
Well,
But just like in listening to you guys talk, like specifically with like Dr. Brucato was saying, well, you know, like this, you know, this guy doesn't actually care about us, that he's not doing it because he wants to be like Robin Hood or something. Like, you know, he has his own, you know, whatever his reasons are. But yeah, so I really wanted to just call in and tell you guys I felt like the conversation was really helpful and like you changed my mind. Like,
Well, listen to that.
like,
Let's put it like this: if he really stood for some big philosophical thing, then he would put his hand up on screen and say, "Stop paying attention to my abs. Stop paying attention to my looks. I did this because the attention has to go on those poor people that are disenfranchised." Instead, he primps like Gloria Swanson in Sunset Boulevard at the screen. You see what he does when he's on camera? He does he primps and preens, and you know, believe me, this is about somebody who felt that he was up against the wall, finally found something where he had no for an answer, and was mad
Dr.
about
Gary's
it. That's
metaphor,
my strong guess.
they're magical. Your metaphors are magical.
But isn't that how he acts? Like he's on screen primping.
I don't even know what reference it was. I don't know. I never saw
It's
that
a movie where a has-been actress wants to be famous again, and she comes down the stairs primping and preeming and says, "I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille."
Yeah, I think he's a wolf.
Ridiculous thing in the world, and I think he likes the attention.
And he had a 3D printed gun, which makes it even worse.
That's the whole thing is ridiculous. Well, I'm not going to interpret the Freudian symbolism of the 3D printed gun.
It's like the testicle when the ball didn't drop tonight.
The pseudo, like I've been castrated and I make my own power, right? But we won't interpret. Well, anyway, but thank you. That was so nice of you to call in and say that. That really means a lot.
Grateful.
Yeah, that was really, because that's exactly what we were
yeah,
trying. Made our breath worth it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you guys reached me. It's like I could see it now. Like his position was very self-centered, and like the narcissism and the Instagram and the look at how good looking I am. Like I get it. I see it.
And by the way, let me just say, sorry, caller, but let me just say this too. If there was a situation where this person showed up, they had like an IV, thing next to them rolling down, and they were in a gown from the hospital because they had just been kicked out from the hospital or whatever, and they shoot the CEO of the company that denied their coverage. It's still wrong, but I would understand that a little bit more. This guy is a tool bag, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. He's not a vision for you. But I do understand like what the previous caller was saying, like I like maybe not specifically his motives, but like I can understand why maybe someone who thought they were doing something to be the great defender to go and shoot this guy, but it doesn't make it right. Like you can't just go running around really.
There are a lot of people who fall in love with people that do terrible criminal things because they mistake them for protectors, right? They think they're protectors. Yeah. And if you find the person attractive because of the architecture of their face or whatever, that's okay. But if you really supposedly care that they're making a cudgel against stop talking about what somebody looks like. They should be talking about supposedly what he stands for. But that obsession with him, it comes across like a halo effect. Like, I'm so attracted to this person, please he can't be, you know, and you wonder where that feeling comes from. I think you got a little of that going on with Koberger too. That kind of elevation to the point that I have to twist logic into a into a sourdough pretzel, you know, to make sense out of it, because I really want this person to be, you know, what I want them to be. And of course, what's the irony of that? That justice doesn't matter to you at all. So what right do you have that the premise of your argument is these companies don't care about justice?
Yeah.
It makes no sense. It's total hypocrisy. Justice doesn't matter. And there are people that literally, I see them joking on the internet. They say, if I got on that jury, I'd lie and say he had an alibi. I would set him free. I would do whatever I had to do to set him free, because give me a break. So to me, those two get lumped into the same basket of, I don't get the public reaction. As far as I'm concerned, the cases look very damning against both of them, but we'll see.
Caller, what was your name again? Where are you from?
Tara.
Tara.
My name is Tara, and I'm actually also from Oceanside.
Oh.
So grew up in San Diego, lived in Oceanside for a long time. And I also wanted to say, like, I was definitely one of those people that was like, yeah, I didn't see him do anything, but you guys have changed my mind. Like, you know, so I thank you for that.
Well, thank you. We thank you for the call.
And I appreciate your
Pirates.
And I appreciate that you have that intellectual ability to kind of see different sides. That's a lot rarer than people, right? It's really rare. And that ability to kind of go, my mind can be swayed this way or that way based on logic, already places you in a very different camp. Because I think the day is ruled.
Kara, do you have a guy in your life? May I ask that?
No,
just a cat. It's a guy.
Okay, well, that's fine. Well, when whoever that guy is going to be, he's going to step up. You're a very smart girl, and we appreciate you calling in. That's for sure.
You're a smart cookie.
Yes, you
Good
are.
for you.
Well, thank you. You guys are making me blush. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right.
You're very welcome.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Have a good night, and Happy New Year.
Yeah, that was very nice. And so we have another call.
We got 3 more calls. We'll do 3 more.
Let's go.
All right, here we go.
Calls. Oh boy.
256. You're on the air with Dr. Gary Brucato and Chris McDonough.
And the left.
Josh Diaz.
Hey,
And me.
hey, Josh.
Hi. How are you?
Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
I'm okay. Okay. I'm very Southern, but I also have the flu, so don't pick on me.
Well, that's quite an accent you have. Where are you from?
Alabama.
Roll Tide. Roll
Go
Tide.
Roll. Bob Saban.
No. War Eagle.
Okay.
Whatever. Totally just ruined the moment, but that's all right. Go ahead, Alabama.
What part of Alabama?
No, you ruined it for
The
me,
bad
Josh.
part, apparently.
Josh has ruined it, but I'm not. What part of Bama?
Northern Alabama.
Okay. So up by the border up there. You guys just got hit with some storms, didn't you?
Yeah.
She's an Auburn fan.
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But we're fine. Thank you. Yes, sir. I'm
Awesome.
sorry. My voice is going out. I just want to tell you, I loved all 3 of you so very much.
Aw.
You all 3 bring something different to the table. All intellect,
Oh,
but definitely different. I'm in healthcare. I'm a nurse practitioner.
wonderful.
So I see the insurance environment every day and deal with it every day. And deal with denied claims. So I can understand the frustration. But, you just can't act out in violence. Like, you can't.
And that may not have even really been the
I do
frustration.
understand people's frustration, though.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that point so clearly to this call and this conversation, because one of the things I think, and tell us what your thoughts are. I'm really concerned that, we as Americans, we'll just put it there.
Yeah.
We don't have the ability anymore to have agreements and then to disagree. It seems like we're moving towards this idea that says, well, I disagree. And I think this case, I guess what I was trying to point out, and I probably didn't do a very good job of it, but what I was trying to point out is, are we really at this place now where if we disagree with somebody, i.e. somebody has hurt my family, through healthcare or whatever, and the irony here is that guy, if he was shot where you work, that guy would have been brought into your facility, right? I mean,
Right.
Sure.
right? And you would have taken care of him. I mean, what's the shift in that, knowing that every single day you have to deal with all this other mishigosh with the insurance companies, okay? But at the same time, you took the oath that says, no, life is first. Life is first. And I'm worried that we're at a place now where we've split so much and lost the ability to talk it out, that what is next? What is next?
Right.
And that scares the living tar out of me, but I have hope in the Lord in my personal life that we won't get that far. What do you think?
Yes, sir. I agree with you. There does need to be a change. Something has to change. Something has to happen with our insurance system.
Yep.
I don't agree that it's fair. I'm very frustrated with it every day. We're constantly spending our time as providers filling out prior authorizations or, giving a reason why a patient should have a CAT scan or an MRI or a lab test done. And sometimes it's just put into an algorithm, and those algorithms are computerized. And I just found out recently that there's a company that gets rewarded for denials for insurance companies. They're getting rewarded for the amount of denials that they approve for insurance companies to not have to pay for certain testing. Yes, we know not to order frivolous testing and to drive up healthcare costs. But if we see it deemed fit for that patient, because at the end of the day, I am for my patient. I am a patient advocate. Those tests need to be done. And immediately when you order such a test as a CAT scan or an MRI that you're going to fight with the insurance company to get that done. But you will fight to get it done because it's what's best for your patient. But you spend so many hours doing that to get what's done. And it shouldn't have to be that way.
I totally agree. 100%, 10,000%. Totally agree.
You're fighting the right way.
That was the point I was trying to make earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. She's fighting the right way. And that's, there's no question that corporate greed, board of directors, everybody is driving, that quarterly bottom line.
No question.
And, stock ticker, whatever that number is. And the patients are suffering. I mean, I go back to, this idea, and everybody knows, so I'm just going to say it. I mean, I've had cancer twice now. Okay. And I've beat it both times.
Oh my goodness.
And my wife, by the way, is an ovarian cancer survivor. So I'm very passionate. My Karen
Wow.
had a 10-centimeter mass on her right ovary. And I'm not going to go any further because she'll get mad at me. But, I love her too much. But the idea behind all of this is you and I, talk here is everybody has a Gethsemane. We all get it. Okay? And you're right. There's something is broken here. And my hope is in, and I'll probably catch heat for even saying this, my hope is in, Kennedy, that as he takes over, the Health and Human Services, that he's going to step in and say, you know what? Enough of this. Because I agree with you. It needs to stop. It needs to go back to patient-centered and away from these HMOs and all this other stuff that's out there. And you know what? I hope he really is going to do what he says he's going to do. And I hope that
I think he will. I think he will, Chris. I have faith.
Yes,
I have
ma'am.
faith that he will.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I hope so.
That is my faith that he will. That's the only thing I could do is have faith that things are going to get better and improve. And until then, I spend my time sitting at my desk writing letters on letterhead to advocate for my patients. Please approve this test. Please approve this drug. Please do this. Please do that. Of course, I'm not ever going to justify fighting anything with violence. I believe in law and order. I back policemen, everything. But we have to do our part to make a change. And I try to do that with what hours I have in the day, every day, is to fight for my patients who is my mother, my brother, I don't have a husband, but, could be my husband. I don't have children, but your children, everybody, we have to stand up and fight for what's right and to not be putting patients into an algorithm. We are not an algorithm. We're all individualized and we all have individualized healthcare needs. And if you pay into that, then that, I don't know what the answer is. I don't claim to know the answer to the problem, but it is that everyone is afforded health care. Do I believe in free health care? I don't, and I'm sorry. The reason why I don't is because you want the best doctor taking care of you on the planet, right? If there is no motivation to be the best, it's capitalism. If you want to be the best, and I'm sorry that it is, but if you want somebody, if you have cancer, like you just said you did and your wife had, you want the best. I'm going to assume, or I would think tomorrow, if someone told me I had cancer, I'm going to MD Anderson.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah. No, thank goodness.
My family.
Yep. Thank goodness the Lord has put you in the path of all of those people that you are taking care of and are advocating for. And there is no question. We have to figure out as a society how to fix this problem. To your point, that is a very valid point, and I agree with you 100%. But it's also refreshing to hear you say at the other end, violence is not the answer. That is not the answer. And I guess
absolutely not.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that we can spread more of that concept and still fix the problem. That I think is important. But what a great call. Thank you so very much for calling in this evening. And Happy New Year. Did you do anything special for New Year other than talk to these three knuckleheads here?
Yeah, she watched a ball drop that didn't drop on the interview room.
Hey, well, I tell you this. I've had what day is this? Wednesday. I don't know because I've had the flu.
Oh,
Oh, well, we're sorry to hear that.
Well, I've been riding the couch. I've been riding the couch since Saturday.
Have you been
Oh.
dropping the ball like those War Eagle wide receivers?
Oh,
Yeah.
that was
no,
Josh.
Hey,
That was Josh again.
valid point, Josh. Valid point.
Well, I'm telling you, the Alabama lost to Michigan tonight, so I'm not very happy about it.
Oh my gosh.
I know. I loved it.
I'm sure you did.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
But no, we're horrible.
Yeah, we do. Thank you so much for your call.
Have a great day ahead.
I love all three of you.
All right.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Happy New Year.
Bye-bye.
Happy New Year.
All right.
And Tammy from Miami says, "Go blue."
Okay. 832, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Holly. Hey guys, I'm in Houston, Texas.
Houston, Texas.
Yay.
Yeah, we got all the accents going on tonight. So this is my first time calling in. I really don't often call in a lot, but so this is going to be short. I even made some notes because I'm kind of scatterbrained with my kiddos still up now. It's 1 o'clock. I love the Lord too. I really appreciate the fantastic show that y'all do. I was so moved whenever Karen and y'all did the Follow the Money series. I make it a point to try to be here for the live, but I do suffer chronically with multiple health disabilities. So truth telling here, if the live is on, I don't want to stop listening. So I will literally lay down and continue to listen, and then I'll rewatch. So
Yeah, take whatever you need, Holly, at your end. Okay? We'll listen.
Thank you. But I was able to watch the very first Follow the Money. And I mean, Karen is just a force to be reckoned with. She is mind-blowingly awesome. And it was, I don't even think the live had ended. And I was so moved by what she did with you that I reached out to the Gonsalves myself, like over Messenger. And I said, y'all have to see this. And it wasn't long before y'all were interviewing them. And I was in tears by the way that y'all were like, whatever you need, however we can be here for you, we're here. And I know that you guys are all about, being honest and justice. You teach justice with grace. And that's such a fine line, and you do it so well. The other thing I wanted to thank y'all specifically for is I am a homeschooling mama. And I've been homeschooling for 6 years now. My son is 14. And when y'all did the internet safety video, I actually substituted that for his computer class for homeschooling one day. And my husband was able to step away from work. So we watched it as a family. And both of them said that they learned so much. It was just amazing. So this is my favorite YouTube channel, and I learned so much, and I just can't say enough about y'all, the mods, and the respectful chat, and I'm so excited about this new year to see what you guys do next.
Holly, you are so kind and so sweet. Thank you so much for complimenting my Karen. She is a force to be reckoned with, and I'll tell you, I married way up.
There's no question about that. And by the way, I know that you said this is your favorite channel. We're actually on the interview room, not the lab. So it's okay. We forgive you.
Yeah, I know. That's where I'm watching from.
I'm just kidding.
Either way, they're both great channels. And
I thought you meant that the lab.
See, I am hardcore, guys. I got y'all on my Chromebook. I'm watching, and I'm on my phone. So yeah.
Beautiful.
Well, your husband married up too. There's no doubt about that. We can hear it. How many children do you have? May I ask?
I have 3 total, and
cool.
My youngest is my rainbow baby, and he's 14. And then I have a 25-year-old and a 29-year-old.
Awesome. And
So
hopefully,
yeah,
they
so
picked
I'll
up
be
something.
50 next spring. So yeah, we're
Fa-
gonna leave that alone. I'm not ready for it.
Favorite college football team?
I actually don't watch football, but I encourage my husband to do it. And
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
he-
You're from
when I-
Texas and
yeah.
you don't watch football?
I am.
You
I don't.
Oh,
I don't.
Texas forever. Come on.
But
Friday Night
I
Lights,
will.
let's go.
The games are too long, but I do watch the highlights with my husband. So if that counts,
What's his
what
team?
I
That's
watch
important.
because
What team does he like?
well, he's kind of all over the place, but right now his two main ones are Philadelphia Eagles, and then the Texans. So there's that. But he likes all teams, and he does. There's on YouTube. There's I forget the name of the channel, but they do like highlights of biographies of football players, and I really like those. Those are really neat to watch too. So he watches the highlights of biography type of the football players, and then also the games, because neither he nor I care for the halftime shows, because that's just not. I'm going to leave that alone. So yeah.
I like that. Well, thank you so much for your call. We really appreciate it so much.
Very grateful.
Yeah, and thank you guys so much. I'll go ahead and say good night, but thank y'all again. Really love y'all.
Thank you. Appreciate
Good night.
All right, we got one more call. Dr. Gary, this is all you. 248. Where are you calling from? What's your name?
That's Texas.
Right, another non-football fan. 248, you're on the air. Well, maybe you're not.
Hello?
Hi. Hi, you're on
Hello?
the air. Hi. Hello.
Oh, hi. Well, since you're busting chops today, Josh, this is a caller from Michigan.
Oh, what part of Michigan? Go
Sorry,
Blue.
the line's unstable.
Sterling Heights. And yes, we did just beat you guys. Sorry about that.
Great.
Yeah, he's bleeding over here.
Unreal.
Sorry about that.
Of course, the last
I
call
enjoy
of the
you
night's
guys
going to be
so
a
much.
Michigan
You guys.
fan.
You know
Wolverine,
my wife's
I
from
appreciate
Michigan,
you
right?
guys so much.
You know,
I didn't know
my
Karen was
Karen,
from
my
Michigan.
Karen is from Michigan.
Oh, no, I did not know that. I watch you guys all the time. I didn't know that.
Yep, West Bloomfield.
I didn't know that either, and it's getting worse.
Okay. Sterling Heights. Michigan's from a lot of money.
Well, I don't know about that, but
Yeah. West Bloomfield, you better believe it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Anyhow, I'm calling from a different kind of angle here. Can you hear me?
Yep. Gotcha.
Yeah. I'm. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
And before.
Okay. There's a delay. Yeah, I am both a theologian and a psychologist.
Oh.
And so I'm always advocating for my I'm always advocating for my clients. But I from a different perspective here, I also did chaplaincy at a hospital. And I saw a lot of greed when it came to recycling organs and things like that. And so I'm going to switch to a different topic here now. I think there's no place for violence at all. Violence begets violence. But from a theological point of view, I think some of this, and Luigi is absolutely a narcissistic, hedonistic person that has his own self drama going on there and his own narcissistic bent. But I wonder how much of this, of people getting so angry at the system being so unjust, is that we have most of us, not me, but a fear of death and not wanting to deal with death and not wanting to deal with our own mortality, where we think because we pay into the system, and some people pay very big premiums, that we are owed to get every single test and every single operation to be approved, no matter what conditions, because we want to live and we don't want to die. And I just would like to ask you guys, maybe what you think about that. I know this is coming from left field, it sounds like, but at, seminary, we wrestled with the death penalty, some pro, some against, and this is a multi-faceted problem. But what do you guys think about that?
Well, I mean, I will approach it from two positions, one on a theological edge, as well as from a law enforcement position. On a theological edge, Exodus 2:11 and 12, where Moses killed a guy. And we forget that he killed an Egyptian, right? But then as we go backwards and we really start looking into that, it says thou shalt not murder. It doesn't say thou shalt not kill. Okay. And
correct.
And so then pushing that into your point, right? Of going a little bit further into that, where I think we've just become a society that, we advocate sometimes, too much, right? That we don't, we forget that Lady Justice from a criminal justice side, she has that blindfold, she has the scales, and she also has a sword. And sometimes we forget, though, that those scales are there to balance justice. And, to your point about how we all feel that, we're afraid to die, so therefore, we should have everything that we ask for lack of a better term, right? We forget that justice and mercy are predicated upon, this idea from a theological side, the atonement, at one with men. Atonement. At one men. So we have to give ourselves up to something, to a higher source. Now, not everybody is religious.
Absolutely.
Okay. Not everybody is religious. There are many great people that follow, this channel that, believe in the universe, or they may be Buddhist or Muslim or, Jewish or whatever the story is, their belief system echoes their life. But at the same time, I think there are commonalities among men. One of them is God does not see in color. So we have to figure out why we do, but I think sometimes you have to pull the sword to balance those scales. Sometimes you have to take the blindfold off to balance the scales. And, sometimes you have to tip the scale for a little bit and then put on the other side our will, and it then measures the balance to the scales. So my personal feeling is man can do all the things that we want. We can say and do everything we want. But my philosophy has always been, and it has been since I've been a very young person, a couple of weekends, is it's better to be trusted by God than to be loved by him. Because God loves everybody, irrelevant of who, what, when, where, or why. But he doesn't trust everybody. And I've spent a career like you, as a psychologist, sitting across from people who are potentially very disturbed and or, whatever their situation is, sometimes not by choice, chemically, imbalanced. But I know that God loves them. But it doesn't necessarily mean he trusts them. What do you think?
Right.
So, you know, I mean, just Gary, what's your thought process?
Well, first of all, it's a very powerful for me to meet someone who is interested in the twin topics of psychology and theology, because of course that's been my own path in life. And you know, I think you sound like you've read perhaps a lot of Kubler-Ross. Have you read a lot of Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's work? Right. And because
of course.
right, because it sounds to me that one of the things that you're suggesting is that a lot of the issue surrounding, you know, the whole Mangione thing, and a lot of that at the root of it, there's a kind of denial of the construct that we all have to die, and then if we're theologically inclined, have to go on to some kind of judgment. Right? It is appointed unto men to die once, and then the judgment. Right? As it tells us in Hebrews.
Yeah.
And I think that what happens is that the denial of death becomes a way of denying everything that would come after it. The reality is that I think what has happened is that if the emphasis is placed on this silly dash that we make from birth to death, perhaps in our 70s or 80s, if we're lucky, 90s, it's rather ridiculous. But if we place our emphasis on that, then of course we think, you know, why wouldn't I want to stick around as long as possible? Because this is all there is. But I think that it is much more realistic to come to grips with the fact that even if you could extend your life a few years, I mean, the reality is it's going to be brief no matter what. And it is important to think about, well, what's left? What have we done in the world? What is the meaning of our existence? What have we contributed? What do we leave behind? You know, that all that you could take with you, is that what you've given away? And I think, you know, that is not to mean, of course, that people should not want to prolong their lives, that healthcare is not important. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I think what you're suggesting is that the obsession with the length of life has something to do with a shrieking terror that there may be nothing after death. So that there's this idea that life has to be, you know, you got to be like on the treadmill at 80, you know, like thinking that you're going to prolong your life a million years. You know, those people, you know, they're like one step from the cemetery, and they're going to the vitamin shop every day, you know, with the headband, working out, whatever, they think prolonging their life. And there is this kind of sad quality to people like that, because you start thinking, for many, many, many thousands of years, for millennia, human beings have come to the conclusion that we are going to pass away, and that we have to either believe that we're just going to kind of go into the nothingness, or that something is going to come next. And running from that isn't going to do much good, right? As Larkin, the poet Larkin famously said, most things never happen, but this one will. Right? This one will. And that is that's just one of those things that we have to come to grips with. I think you're right that a lot of what we're seeing is a denial of death and a denial of the judgment that comes for people. Those two, you know, if you take those things off the table, you wind up with a society that's stuck at an earlier stage of psychological development, because it's maturation that leads to the acceptance of what might be called the final things. Right now, some of us, because of the work we've done, have been in touch with that from when we're younger. Some of us have seen death from the time we were little kids. So death is like a kind of a friend that is sort of always there, right?
Yeah.
And like we're familiar with him. He doesn't, when he pops his head in, we're like, yeah, I was expecting you, right? And but for some people, the idea of death is he has to be kept kind of in the corner, because if you think about it, you'll be terrified. There is not a single person listening here who, one way or another, either through some terrible violence or terrible sickness, or just because they peacefully go, is not coming in for a landing. And if you look at statistics, you look at statistics, you could add up like the number of people listening. You can make a pretty good guess how most of them will go. And the fact is, we have to think about those last things. And so I think what you're saying is maybe one of the things that is sick with society now is a denial of the reality that we're limited and that maybe we'll have to answer for ourselves. That's a really powerful point. If that's what you're saying, you're not wrong. And so there's this idea that those who arbitrate the length of our lives, you know, that they don't deserve life if they're not going to give it to us, you know, because, you know, it's like, I understand that, because keeping life alive would be the only thing if you thought this was the end of it. You see, and I can understand that, and I can't judge anybody for feeling that way. But when you have a theological perspective, you're almost thinking, I'll be lucky with whatever I get, and if I lived one day and I lived my life right, one day was enough, right? So that's the whole thing. Your perspective is so different. You know, your perspective is so different. The world isn't going to understand you very much.
That's probably a good thing.
And to add,
go ahead.
And to add to that, let's just take it one step further than that. I just want to go from the ego and the id and just our own basic narcissism, thinking that, you know, we're more important than somebody else. How much of that really is at the crux of somebody being upset that their $1 million operation was not approved because I deserve it. You know, that person may not deserve it. You know, that money should go to me because I deserve to live. That's another part of it as well.
Well, that gets complicated.
We're trying to
there are some people who would see what you're saying very differently, and I understand that. But I think you have to understand your perspective through years of what you've done and what it is that you clearly believe had rendered you so humble that you can say that with ease. But most people would not embrace anything with that depth of humility that you speak about things. I mean, what you're saying from a theological perspective is every day that I wake up, I basically say, thanks God, another day. I'll enjoy every minute of it. And if it's my last day, no problem. I'll be with you. That's a wonderful perspective. The reality is that there are a lot of people who think, are you kidding me? You know, what kind of story is that? Like, I want to, you know, life is like an orange and I want to squeeze every drop out of it. You know, it's just a kind of hedonistic perspective or a limited way of viewing them. But I think that not everyone has the same theological beliefs. So it gets a little complicated. Now, how does that tie into this whole story about healthcare and whatever? That's an interesting question for everybody to answer. But I do think that there is this kind of thing where we've lost the perspective that life itself, if you believe that that is governed by some kind of benevolent force, that life comes from a God, then you don't think you have the right to play God and take that into your own hands and take a life because you're speaking on behalf of his sense of justice. He said it's wrong to kill, so I'm going to take a gun and go out and kill this person who kills. Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And I take it that it doesn't make a lot of sense to you. So, but I, you know, it's a wonderful thing to talk to you. You know, you remember, you know, I love Sherlock Holmes. I quote him all the time. And one of my favorite quotes is when he said, "What a unique delight it is to meet someone with a mind as logical as one's own." Well, there is something very, very pleasing to me to talk to somebody who's come to the same conclusions, of course. And it means a lot to me to hear that. But I do understand that most people don't agree. And Chris, what is your thought on that? Because I think Nicole is making a very profound point about
absolutely.
If it's understood. Yeah.
I think the human condition, you know, there's a danger in that principle as well. I mean, we're proud of our humility. You know, if we think about that,
very humble person.
No, I'm just saying that I agree with you with the, with what she's saying 1,000% personally, right? But there's also that other philosophy that we're proud of our humility.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right. So,
Yep.
and I
That's
think,
a good way to.
to the doc's point, right, to both of you, you're probably both doctors, and we appreciate the intellectual conversation here, that the depth of where I think where we're headed as a society. And I keep talking about this. I don't know why, but in my head, for some reason, seeing such a shift in the tide. And I think this last case is really pulled it to the surface even further. I think this CEO is not only, he's not only an emblem of, corporate hate and greed and all the things that people are projecting onto him, but I think there's a deeper problem. And I think he's just the symptomology of that problem. And
Entitlement masquerading as justice.
Well, and not only that, this, we have a great caller, and we don't know if you had a chance to hear it earlier, but there's a whole thought process in the environment that has rejected any kind of religious connection with the universe or whatever. Okay, but because there's a justification in relationship to taking another life. And, maybe I'm too far, off to one side of that argument, but I don't ever find a justification in relationship to random violence at all. And yet it sounds like we have at least a significant part of our society that is saying, no, I understand it. And,
right.
So, but I don't agree with it, but yeah, it's okay. It's like,
right.
Wow. I mean, you two are the doctors. I mean, help me understand that.
Well, I don't know, Chris. I mean, the perspective that you have is coming from your heart. And I think what the caller is saying is that there is this kind of process and that's why I asked about Kubler-Ross, where every one of us goes through this kind of rational, whatever, and at some point we have to come to grips with the fact that like every one of us is going to die.
Yeah.
Every single one of us. And like, I think about that every single day. While I was on the call, I had to open my drawer for something. And the thought came into my mind, one day, this item and this item and this item in the drawer is going to be given away to someone, or it's going to be in the thrift shop. Like, that's the kind of because I've cleaned out people's drawers and when they've died, right?
Exactly.
That's mortal.
It's all mortal.
We're spiritual beings on a mortal journey.
Exactly.
We don't die spiritually.
Right.
We will progress, or whatever that means, right? I mean, and from a theological side, we will continue to live. And our body will disintegrate. It'll turn back into the dust it was created from.
That's right.
But our spirit will continue onward. And I can tell you from my homicide experience, I've had many spiritual experiences over dead people.
Of course.
And just like you and probably the caller, you've had the same type of experiences where you go, wait a minute. And it causes you to question, what really is this existence all about? I mean, from our perspective, we've seen the violence of this existence. Yet from the other perspective, right, from a doctor's perspective where, an ER doc and, they bless them and they fix them up and they, keep the heart going and kick them out the door and say, thank you so much. And then that patient comes back and gives them a big hug. Okay. And say, thank you. You saved my life. Well, so both of those dynamics are, fluid, right? They're living dynamics.
But the brilliance of the caller's point, I think, is that for some people, the idea that there would be a life after death is actually scary because
Of course.
there's a judgment.
Well,
In other words, it would be nice.
Right.
It would be nice to think that you die and that's the end of it, because then everything you've ever done, no problemo.
well, that's where the scales of justice and mercy
Right.
have to be balanced. That's where, God is not, in my opinion, just from a theological sense, God will not punish the pygmies in Africa in the mud huts for not knowing that he was God.
It wouldn't be fair. It would be unjust.
Right. Justice and mercy. And so that part of the plan at some point, will be revealed to that individual. It's interesting when you get into a plane that the pilot from the flight deck reports to the air traffic controller, I have 235 souls.
How many souls aren't? Yeah.
On board. He doesn't say I have 235 people.
Right.
He says I have 235 souls on board.
Right.
Okay? And now whoever came up with that and plugged that into the, into the vernacular of, pilots on airplanes, it's stuck. It has stuck.
Right.
And so I love this caller. I love your thought process, and,
Didn't that start with
Thank
boats?
you.
But I'll add something. I think that what you want to remember is that the need for that figure, for the God figure, is so important to people that if they don't believe in one, they have to make a Luigi. In other words, you have to believe that there's a figure that stands for justice, that's going to be the one taking care of right and wrong or whatever, because the world otherwise would become terrifying. If you don't have one, you're going to replace, and some people replace it with themselves, which is the most awful of all.
Yeah.
The most awful of all. And what's interesting is what I have seen is that in people that have completely abandoned any modicum of this, they have turned social issues into their faith, so that instead of wagging your finger at them because they're living a certain lifestyle, you're yelling at them about their grammar, or you're screaming at them about, you're canceling them because they have, in other words, they just become a different kind of pope. You know what I'm saying? Because the need for this is so in the psyche of a human being necessary. And I think that's just what it is. When you have denied justice, you've denied the rules, you're just going to have a different system and go out and wag fingers at other people, but it's not going to make a lot of sense. And so that's what I'm saying. And I don't think that they can be equivocated. I really don't, because in one, you make the rules. You make them. And the other one, you say, I don't agree with those rules, but I'll do them because you said so. I always thought that one of the reasons God asks some very silly things of people, some of them do seem rather silly, don't do this on this day, wear this kind of hat, go wear the, I think some of that is done because the point is to say, do you love me enough to do something just because I asked you to, even though it doesn't make any sense? It's like a way of testing your loyalty. And that's why there's a lot of glory. There's a lot of glory in doing things for God that don't make sense to you.
Yeah. I mean, that's the faith that that drips hope on the other side. I had a conversation with somebody recently, and they were like, they were saying, well, I don't believe in God. And I said, okay, that's, that's up. That's fine. It doesn't change how I feel about you as a person. But then I asked him a question. And here was the question. I said, describe for me the God you don't believe in. And he couldn't do it. And I said, so at some point you believe in something, you just don't call it God.
Right.
Whatever that is, to your point, Gary. Right. And so
we can't help ourselves.
we can't help ourselves. And what a great call. And
you're a very interesting human being,
Yes. Are we missing anything, caller? What a great call.
No, that was really good. I forget what philosopher said. Well, it's actually theologians said that all of us have an empty space inside of us a vacuum that only God can fill, that only Jesus Christ can fill. And that's what we're talking about, that death wears your sting, and we shouldn't be so fearful of death. We're more fearful sometimes of the process of getting to death and the pain of getting to death. But I appreciate all three of you. I love you guys very, very much, and I appreciate all that you do, and keep up your good work. God bless you all, okay?
Thanks for the call.
And you keep up yours.
Aloha.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Chris,
Papa Bear.
I feel like we're not too far off from New Year's by you. But oh, that's a long story. But I can answer it, but I don't think anybody's going to care other than an obscure about an obscure thing I wrote. But I can answer it. Chris and Lep, wasn't that a wonderful call?
Marvelous. That's
right to the heart.
Do more of this. I
love.
I appreciate you throwing your number up there for this.
No problem.
We have to do more of this. I mean, you were kind of quiet on that last one.
Who?
You.
Well, she's a Michigan fan.
Oh, that's hilarious. No, but Josh, don't you think that it got right to the heart of things? That because she did something that I try to do, I admire in people. It's the quality of taking an argument going on and then hovering above it and saying, instead of addressing who's right and wrong, let's think about why we're even asking this question. Which I think is just a fantastic way to think, right?
If we had more religious discussions in the public square, I really believe that violence would at least go down.
Well,
because we would be thinking about the individual across from us much more often. And we wouldn't be thinking about the corporations as much. Because we all know the corporations are flawed. I mean, if we go back and we just go back into the 60s and the 50s, in terms of the way people were living in this country, I mean, there were kids bringing rifles to school because they were part of the rifle club. They weren't shooting each other. And we are giving out so much, fire and blame and everything. I really believe we have a mental health crisis that is so bad in the United States. I went to the jail the other day, and this guy had hit his head against the glass and, yada, yada. And I was thinking to myself, why is this guy even in here? He needs to be in a hospital with a doctor talking about, what kind of, blood tests do we need to get to see where this guy's chemicals are. Instead, our jail systems have become mental health facilities in the United States, and it's terrible. And I remember when Reagan eliminated the mental health system, I was on the street in the 80s when he cut it, when he said no more. And, it's sad to see how, we have the elderly don't even feel in the inner cities that they can go out on the street. We have people in train stations. They pushed a guy in the tracks today, another one in Manhattan, and it's like, okay, well, that used to happen every once in a while. Okay. But now we're so immune to all the violence that takes place. Look on YouTube. They've monetized Kensington, right? YouTubers. And, God bless them for it, right? The free market capitalism, whatever they want to call it. But think about that. People are doing daily walks in Kensington, Pennsylvania, LA, Oklahoma City, Houston, just you name the top 79 major cities in the United States, Miami, et cetera, Washington, et cetera. The list goes on. And they're filming the debauchery and, all of the problems that are taking place in this country. And guess what? I click on it because it's like, I want to see it. I want to see it. It's entertainment, for lack of a better term. And then I stop myself and I say, what am I doing?
Yeah.
Why am I doing this? And, you know,
that's hovering I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm confessing.
What am I doing?
We'll call you Father Gary. You know, I'm throwing it on the line.
Maybe make me a bishop. You got to stick father in there.
Well, you know what? You know, but that's where we're at. That's where we're at in this country, and we have to stop. We have, my sister and I voted differently. Okay, and I'm not going to get political. She won't talk to me.
Yeah, I understand.
And I'm like, seriously? My niece, same way. She would not be on a family call over Christmas. And she has a degree she's a psychologist. She's up in Colorado. She handles patients every single day. And I'm thinking, really? And are we that far gone that, and so this is why it not scares me, but this is why it concerns me that when we go back and look in history, and I'm a big history buff, and we go back and we look at 1933 to 1939, we are there. We are in the same mentality as those 6 years. They were very dangerous, and that killed millions of people. The 6 years later, millions of people. And that's why I hope our platform here on YouTube is doing good. And and hopefully people are saying, like that one caller, you know what, you changed my mind. We're not trying to change minds. We're just trying to have you reflect on yourself, who you are, because you're a good person. All people have something good about them. And now, I can't say that about people that want to cut your head off and then, eat out of your cranium. Okay? But, they're wired differently. And that's, Gary's got a whole truckload of stuff from them, which we shared earlier.
That's why I want to understand them.
Yeah, and that's why common sense, right? Me too. We step back and we go, that guy just ate, out of the cranium, and Dahmer knows his pizzas. That's not wrapped real tight. Okay, there's something going on there, and I want to understand that. Okay, but at the same time, there's the other side of the coin that says, let's just shoot anybody we want because we didn't. Blah, 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 whatever the deal is. Or let's push anybody into the train tracks, or let's let all these mentally ill people light people on fire inside of the train. At some point we have to say, what are we doing? And I think we're there. As society, the pulse of our society is we're there. I really believe it, because the reason I believe that is because there's such a pushback on both sides. We can't even have this conversation, right? I mean, you and I, Gary, we're political. I'm an independent, but sometimes we don't necessarily agree politically. But, yeah, who cares, right? I mean, I love you like my brother still. Hey, and Josh, same way. I mean, we're just humans, and I think we've lost that human touch. And I don't know what happened in my lifetime to witness it. Everybody that I talk to, everybody says the same thing.
Yeah, but Chris, I really think it's sort of like when you have a bunch of siblings that are arguing with little kids that are siblings that are arguing with each other because the parent is out of the room for a while. And then the parent comes in the room and says, "Would you stop? That's your brother. That's your sister. Sit down and eat." See, and the parent figure, of course, is God. And I think that the idea is that we have to remember that these people, no matter how much we may disagree with them, share our DNA and are made by the same God. As the old Greek proverb says, remember, typhus and swans were made by the same God. You know, like the disease and the swan. Right. In other words, that's just the way it is, and we have no choice but to force, to fight, to argue, whatever, until you meet in the middle. But you have to meet in the middle. Must meet in the middle. Must meet in the middle. And that's why we have rules. That's why there have to be rules. And one of the game rules cannot be, if I don't disagree with your idea, I take a gun and I walk up behind you and I shoot you in a cowardly way in the back while you're strolling down the street. I make my mind up for you, for everyone, that they want you dead. I think if you went around and polled people, they would say, all right, maybe charge the guy with something. Maybe we'll have a court hearing, let's do it like that. But you don't go up to somebody and make a mind up for. Otherwise, what you have is a nation of assassins. But that's what I think. We've lost the capacity of compromise. The last time we lost the capacity of compromise, we had a civil war. So that's what we need to be worried about, I think, is that kind of fracturing. Right now, we're still, you're starting to see the divisions break, I think, a little bit, which is good. You know what I mean? The people are starting to go, all right, maybe we need to be a little more bipartisan. I'm hearing more and more people say that they're tired of the fighting. They're tired of it. They don't want to hate their brothers and sisters anymore. I certainly don't want to. It's tiring.
Right. But how do we get the politicians to jump on the team?
They have to see that the public doesn't want it. Politicians are they're like the people that run TV stations. They feel the pulse of what people like and they play the role. If the public says, we're tired of that, they'll stop doing it. They're only doing it because they're responding to us. I think that the people that get elected and the people that are on the news and they are like avatars of us, of our attitudes.
I don't agree with that one, Gary.
You don't think that if we started giving the message that we didn't want the division,
right,
then politicians would calm down a little with the arguing, that they play it up for us?
No, because evident the fact, look at the Republicans right now. They're fighting right now. They're fighting against some of the things that the next guy's coming in. I'll call him Orange Man, is coming in, right? And they're already saying that, look, but right, my point, right? And it's like, okay, well, when do we just say, wait a minute, we're all Americans at some point? I guess I'm kind of, off base there because, my father, as you know, my father came from 3 wars. When
I know, he's an extraordinary man.
Well, not that, but by the way, here's his memoir. This is my father's work.
Oh, you're going to publish it?
I don't know. He's gone, obviously. But here's a picture of a priest that was killed, Father Ryan, in Vietnam, and the.
I bet we know where he is.
Well, right, but here's his story, and his story was, when I look back at it as a son of a warrior, and look at it and say, well, what's this all for? We look, and then we go to the Medal of Honor guys, from World War II. Well, they gave us some stability, for lack of a better term, because there was evil in the world, and now we're recycling ourselves one more time into that, to your point, to that evil.
Right.
We're petitioning evil to come in, and we keep doing it further and further down the line.
We try to achieve good by doing evil.
Right. And this, let's just be frank here. There are some countries that they don't care. They're going to push some buttons. And one day, we're all going to be in a whole bunch of problems.
And then we'll remember that we need each other.
Yeah, we need to stop this and just kind of sit back and say, okay, well, I may not necessarily agree with 100% of it, but okay, 60%, 70%, that's okay. That will work. And we can get past it.
Did you know, Chris, that during the the American Civil War, there were battles where between fights, let's say there was an epic fight of several days, between the fighting, somebody would come out and play the fiddle or play the bugle for a little while, and everyone would sit on the lawn and eat and listen to it, and just like a football game or something.
Yep.
And then they get back up and fight. They did that, I think, for a very powerful reason, right? To show that at the end of the day, they didn't personally hate each other. They were just kind of pawns in a cause that they believed in. And each one respected the idea that the other one really believed that he was right. That's what's lost. What I see is when people fight now, they call the other one satanic. They call the other one an imbecile. They tell the other one. That's why I went out of my way to say, when we had the conversation with Kate earlier, I went out of my way to say she's a very intelligent person and a very passionate person, because I think it's very important to point out that it's not fair to dismiss the other person as an idiot or evil and not listen to their logic, because then all they're doing is strengthening their position, and then you get entrenched and nothing could come out of it. That's why the attitude that we have, which I have always appreciated, is we may not agree on something, but who cares? We're smarter for knowing the other one's reason for believing it. You know what I'm saying? So, Josh, don't you feel that way too?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the conversations are the only way that things really get settled, and you have to, obviously, like, that's why you can go as far back as the medieval, or
all the way back to Cain and Abel.
Yeah, I mean, the dialogue and like Chris said earlier, when you have a chair and you can sit down next to or across from somebody and have a conversation with them, it makes a big difference, instead of just saying, hey, you're an idiot, I don't agree with you because you're stupid.
Well, you get your share of people saying that.
I say that to a lot of people too, though. That's the
like, you get people who say that to you and they dismiss what you're saying out of hand.
Who, me personally?
I've heard people on other podcasts say things like that. You get attacked like that.
Really? I didn't know that. No, I'm just kidding.
But the point being that you are making points that are fair and reasonable. And a better approach would be for somebody to say, let me tell you why I don't agree. Not to say this person's an idiot. Right?
This is the Carter House.
Yeah, I agree with that.
In Franklin, Tennessee.
Oh, look at that. I didn't know there were.
Oh yeah, there's over 6,000 people died within a couple of hours.
Bullet holes.
Those are bullet holes. And then this house, like I said, I'm a big history guy.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. And this is the cemetery. This is all, to your point earlier, Gary, this is where they were buried because they disagreed.
Right. And
they couldn't have a conversation. And this is in the United States of America.
Yeah.
And when I don't think people are the younger generation, I'm not, going to call anybody out. I'm just going to say, this is the United States. These are dead Americans' brothers, sisters. Right. They're all, some of them could have been together as a family. Yeah. This is the result of not having the ability to communicate with each other or to say, you know what, I agree or disagree. This is the result of politicians.
Right.
Having fights.
That was the Battle of Franklin?
Yep.
That was a disaster for the Confederacy.
It was a huge disaster for both.
Yeah. The absolute bloodbath.
It was a bloodbath.
Under Hood.
And I took Dylan there when he was very young, as you can see him in those pictures. Yeah, but this is a very somber, the house in you can't see it but across from that field was the field hospital.
Oh, Lord. I would never want to be in a Civil War field hospital.
It was the Cranton, right? And it was a mess. I took Dylan there when he was very young, as you can see there. Look how handsome he is. And that guy. But 1,496 Confederates are buried there.
Oh, was it even that many? My goodness.
Yeah, oh yeah, it was over 5,000 were killed. And this is all about, talking about having the ability to have dialogue. And this is why, when somebody says, well, I understand it and sometimes violence is justified. Well, they understood it too. And this is the result of that violence. These are Americans on Americans.
Yeah.
And they're not foreigners.
Well, Lincoln, as much as the South resented him after that war, of course, understandably, that they viewed him as emblematic of the truth is Lincoln very much went out of his way to insist that people from the South after the war be viewed as brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
And things like, for example, there was a question like, should they be invited to the inauguration? Maybe somebody will try to kill you. Of course they should be. They're members of the Union. Right? So it's like this kind of attitude of we have to get into our head that these are our brothers and sisters, whether we want to accept it or not. And I think once you remember that, I have had times when I am across from a person who is absolutely horrid. Horrid. And I have to think to myself, this person shares my DNA and is my brother and sister. And much as I want to strangle them for saying what they're saying, the reality is I have no choice. I have to. Right? So it is hard. And I wish that, especially the members of political groups that are very religious, I really wish they would remember that. I think the temperature needs to be brought down, and I think they need to walk the walk a little more with what it is that they believe. You know what I mean? And stop with the screaming and yelling and hating and the vitriol. I'm tired of it, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm done.
I'm done with it. I'm sick of it. I'm tired of it. And look, the way I feel about it is, if a new political wave comes in and it turns out that it does horrible things, well, then people vote them out. If they do good things, then people vote them in.
Well, that was Lincoln's thought too, because
right.
If you know the story of Lincoln, and by the way, we're just minutes away from the West Coast.
He's my favorite. Lincoln's my favorite. So
yeah, but, he really was the one that expanded the power of the presidency.
That's right.
And he pushed the limits, and people were like, "You cannot do this." And he says, "Why not? Why can't I?" And they said, "Who decides that you get to do this?" He says, "The people that vote. They vote." And they voted him back in. He was eventually killed, but
by one person who made his mind up for everyone else.
Who shot the CEO?
That's you picked up what I put down. That's exactly it.
Right. We've lived a little life, and I think that's problematic, right? Right, for thought.
But do you guys have the ball drop kind of thing? And what do you just have, like somebody on the radio or TV announcer?
I think you were gone. I think you were gone earlier, but I was telling
New Year's special.
I was telling Chris about I was at a New Year's party one year, and like they had this like big screen TV, and the ball was getting ready to drop, and I walked over to it right at 2. I pulled the plug on the TV.
That's such a metaphor for you, right? Like the balloon popper, who loves to.
I wasn't invited back the next year.
You would do that. I could see you doing it.
I thought it was fun. It was funny.
Well, I think this has been a great evening with friends, among friends, and just,
we got somewhere in the thought.
We did.
Follow the thought. We evolved.
I'm good at following bouncing balls. To see where they go.
Well, like Teresa said that the show that she's watching, there was no balls drop.
You're making this too easy for the audience.
I know.
Happy New Year on the West Coast as well. So
if everybody gets over to the lab, please hit that subscribe button for him over there. We're trying to build Josh even further into 2025.
And we're going to be a lot more active on that channel too, going
vice
forward.
versa.
Yeah.
Good.
And Dr. B, what can we say about Gary? And Gary, thank you so much for 2024. All your time and we saw your book is going up the ladder again on Amazon, which is well
Number
deserved.
Number 3 is all of forensic psychology. Let's get it back up to number 1. It helps. That's how I get other book deals, because the publisher goes, "How the heck did that happen?"
That's
well,
right.
Right. So Happy New Year. It is the moment of the new year, and it's a beautiful thing that we have this group, and I hope we keep it going. And of course, you and I, Chris, will be doing a lot of editing in the new year for our book. Yeah. And I had a ball to keep the ball joke going. I had a ball. Yes, I did. And I hope you guys did too. We really had a marathon session. And thank you especially to Kate, who I think had to do something very unusual in standing alone, and
walking into the den like honestly. And I know that there are some people that will say, well, I didn't think what she was saying was intelligent, or that she was our guest, an invited guest onto the show. And we respect our guests. Honestly, we really, well, at least we try, depending. Okay. Sometimes we do, sometimes.
And the future looks a lot like Kate in terms of what a lot of people out there think. And we need to understand the position of people like that in order to be the ones who stand in the middle and go, please put the guns down. Like, what are you thinking? You know what I'm saying? I mean, we need to do that. We need to make that clear. And what I hope we communicate to people over and over and over again is there is something very strong and very virile about kindness. You're not powerful just because you pull a trigger. That's the whole idea. And there's more. That's like the whole thing about like the aggression of cops and whatever. There's a lot more to people like that. And remember that there's also judgment, kindness, getting into it because you think you're doing something right. Are there bad apples in every field? Yeah, I know, there have been psychiatrists and therapists that have hurt people. There are bad people in every gang, but you don't paint them all with one brush. And I'm sure there are kind CEOs too. So anyway, but I think that was very, very powerful. And I love anything where there's an arc of growth.
Chris, have you ever done a 5-hour show before?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
It's like talking it's like talking to somebody on the bridge.
We were supposed to do this until
sometimes you push them, sometimes you back away, push them back away, and watch what happens.
But didn't you feel that it was extraordinary?
Yeah,
this was an amazing evening, and it was Karen's idea for me to come up tonight on New Year's, and I just can't thank her enough. So I'm going to pull you two out, and I'm going to say the final word. Are you guys good with that?
I think that's
always. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Love you both.
All right, love you too.
Love you both. You're amazing. Okay, final word from McNuggets here, for lack of a better term. In all sincerity, I want to tell each and every one of you who have supported this channel from day one. Here we are going into 2025, and from the bottom of my heart, from the bottom of Karen's heart, we are, and Dylan's and Buddy's, and all of our guests, Dr. Brucato, Josh, are all of our friends. We could not do this without you. And I really appreciate your patience, your understanding, and your graciousness. And I'm grateful that God has set every one of you into my path, and hopefully me into yours, as we continue to grow together, not only as a channel, but more importantly as friends. And, just the human experience as we experience it together. I would continue to ask that you do one thing, and that's what we talked about for the whole evening this evening. Going into 25, maybe we'll try a little bit more. I'm going to try a little bit more about kindness, justice, mercy, that balance. And I want each of you know how important that is for us, and how important it's been for you guys to be with us. Karen and I are just so blessed to have each of you in our lives. And I've come to know so many of you, and so many of you are coming, to this channel for the very first time. Thank you so much for everything you give. And as I say, I was in Hawaii, as we take care of our ohana, our house and our families, and we have that aloha spirit, and we give it away, then sometimes the challenges in life become a little bit easier to deal with. We all have a Gethsemane. And if somehow we can figure out, and it has to start with me as an individual about my circle, if somehow I can figure out a little bit more how to be a better person and help and lift somebody else up. My father used to say, the greatest exercise you'll ever do is lift somebody else up. I was very blessed to have a father who modeled how to love other people. And I hope I'm modeling that correctly for you. And it doesn't mean you're going to agree with me, and that's okay. Okay, that's okay. But as we continue to be kinder to one another, I think we can all make a difference. And if we spread that into the universe, for lack of a better term, the universe becomes a better place to be. So again, let's have a great year going forward. I hope you've been blessed tonight, because you certainly have blessed our lives. Aloha. Let's go to Hawaii.
Hard working every day, I'm stressed out 24/7, babe.